I'm now streaming this voice channel, so if you say something, just be aware you're being streamed. Okay, cool. Let's start. I'm back. I'm in the game. Let's go. Fuck, ow, my back. Okay. What do you think of this build for a student who designs some architecture and plays high-end 1080p with frames as priority? I have the 5600 XT Pulse. Okay, let's take a look. So,
why they take it off the Micro Center website?
oh, there we go. I thought it was broken there. I think you should probably wait for Ryzen 5000. And I think that buying a GPU ahead of time was probably not the best idea unless you already had a computer to use with it. But the list itself, it's not awful, but certainly you can make a lot of improvements to it. And
Is he using
Shadewing.
two different kinds of RAM?
Sorry?
He's using two different brands of RAM.
No,
in
he said
that
ignore.
build?
He said ignore 2 RAMs.
Oh
What
shit.
time is too early to take melatonin? I don't know. I'm not a neurologist.
It's never too early.
Okay, so Shadewing, let me take a look at your list. Where was your list?
God
It's
bless.
somewhere around here. Okay. Okay, so Shadewing, let's take a look at your list here. So, yeah, so first of all, Shadewing, what is your list for? What are you using it for? Is it for gaming? What's it for? Oh my god, Revery's reporting me on YouTube already. Beautiful.
Does anyone
1440p
know
gaming? That's it? Okay.
when the 5000 series is gonna come out? Like 12 a.m.
Tomorrow morning
6 a.m.
at 9 a.m. Eastern. Okay.
Because the Micro
if you're just
Center
gaming,
page is down.
If you're just gaming, getting a 12-core CPU doesn't really make sense. So 5900X should be out. I would look for a 6-core 12-thread CPU. Drunk, I already told you I'm not a neurologist. If you have questions about melatonin, go see a neurologist. Or, I don't know, see a sleep therapist. Yo, will a 3600 bottleneck a 3070? As I say always, bottlenecking is context dependent. So you have to talk about resolution, you have to talk about settings, and you have to talk about which game in particular, if you're talking about a game at all. So yeah, think about those things. Okay. So yeah, 5900X 12 core doesn't make sense for gaming. X570 Unify, it's a good board, but extremely overpriced and extremely unnecessary for this build. 32 gigs of RAM, this is fine, but typically LPX is quite overpriced. So there are, if you don't want our MP600, if you're just gaming, it doesn't make sense to get a Gen 4 NVMe drive, and current Gen 4 NVMe drives are quite disappointing as well. So I would take that out of the list. 3080 Founders is no doubt the worst 3080 out there, so I definitely wouldn't get that. I'd get a different 3080, or I'd consider an AMD GPU. P500A is fine, provided you picked it for aesthetic reasons. I mean, there are cheaper cases that will do basically the same job, so, you know, not super necessary there. And finally, HX Plat, it's a nice power supply, but I wouldn't get it for 750 watts. It's no doubt very overpriced, so.
GF1P.
Okay. 1080p competitive settings at 240 hertz. I would say yes. I would say the 3060 will, sorry, 3600 will definitely bottleneck the 3070 in most cases if you're playing like 1080p low, 240 hertz. What's up, Samui? Okay, my RAM says support Intel, but the internet says it will work with AMD motherboard. Yeah, there's no such thing as RAM that's only going to work on an Intel or AMD CPU, so I wouldn't be concerned about that. There are XMPs and, you know, memory profiles that are designed to be better compatible with an AMD or Intel platform, especially for Zen and Zen Plus CPUs. But yeah, outside of that, you should be able to use any, you know, regular DDR4 UDIMMs inside of both Intel and AMD platforms. Is around now a good time to make a list? No. Give it about 2 weeks. I've been saying this for like 6 months now. Mid-November. That's in about 2 weeks. When is the sale so I can start buying? Sales have already started, but there aren't many. They're not like a bunch of crazy sales. Like, if you want, I can update you. Like, there was a good monitor
sale. Yeah, it's a $99
sale.
vacuum at Walmart. It's a pretty good deal.
Okay, we're talking about computers though.
Sorry.
Okay.
So
Cool.
so you're saying if I should wait 2 weeks, I should not buy a Ryzen 5 5600X tomorrow.
Yeah. I wouldn't buy really anything on launch day related to hardware. So yeah. Okay. Placeholder on the GPU getting whatever is available. I guess that's kind of better. I'm still completely unsure of whether mine is good or not. Well, I'll clear that up for you. It's not good. Drunk, let's look at your list. That is a very strange list. Yeah, that's a pretty terrible list. Yeah, I would not. That's a very strange list.
Wait, Cass-Lansing 19?
You have
Why is it so... Yikes.
You have a D15 on a 3600 and an ITX board in a full tower and a 1070. I'm pretty sure this is a troll list.
Why
but
are you buying a $215 case?
I'm
That's
pretty
my question.
I'm pretty sure it's a troll list, but
And why is
whatever.
the 1070 $700?
It's not a big deal. Autumn, please post your questions in voice chat text. I see you're pinging me. If you're in this voice channel and you want to ask me questions, ping me with your question in voice chat text. Okay? So it's the second channel from the bottom here above the music channel, and just put your question there. I'll let you guys know when the parts come. Okay? I mean, sure, dude. It's your money. It's up to you. I'm pretty sure you're almost definitely not serious, so it's fine. Why was 3600 megahertz considered the sweet spot for Ryzen? Good question. I'm gonna show you exactly why. Let me show you a nice little picture right over here. Also, who is typing really loudly right now?
Sorry, my bad again.
Yeah, if you're not talking, then I'd appreciate if you could mute your mic. That would be cool. Okay. So I want to show you why that was a thing. If I can find the picture. There we go. Okay. I will show you exactly why Ryzen 3000 had that 3600 sweet spot. So all the reviewers basically took this right here, recommended price performance configuration 3600C16. They took this shit really seriously. So basically that's why. Yeah. They wanted to, yeah, this is why everybody was saying this is the sweet spot, price to performance sweet spot. Now AMD did actually say up to 3733. Some of their CPUs later on especially went up to like 3800, even higher than that. But yeah, 3733 is really the frequency ceiling, I would say, for a lot of Ryzen CPUs. So yeah, this is why right here. So 3600 C16, and so a lot of reviewers were telling people just get 3600 megahertz. And when asked why, they would just say, you know, Infinity Fabric. That's why. Uwu Senpai. Hello. Uwu. Okay. What mic do you have? I have a CAD GXL 2200, but it's kind of overpriced. And if you want similar sound, you can get similar sound for a much cheaper price. Need optimum build to convert video to 4K 60 using Topaz AI. Okay. Do you have a budget? You have a time constraint? You have country of purchase, etc., etc. I might get the 6900 XT. I would not get the 6900 XT. If you're gaming, 6900 XT and 3090 are both out of the question. 6900 XT less so, but still out of the question. Autumn, please help me with my build. Okay, 1K. Is the B450 Gaming Plus Max motherboard good for a 2060 and 5600X? B450 motherboards will not be receiving BIOS updates to support Ryzen 5000 CPUs until next year. So unless you want to wait like 2 or 3 months, the answer is no. So no. And also, I wouldn't really be getting a 2060 right now. If you're in the market for a mid-range GPU, I would probably consider getting like a 3060 or something like that when that comes out. So that would probably be a better idea. Please help me with my build. Okay. Let's take a look. What about your build do you need help with? And it's a very strange build at that. US 10K open timeline. The only thing I know I need is a 3090 since the software relies on CUDA. Okay. 10K is a very high budget. Yeah, 10K is a very, very high budget. So I'm not exactly sure how you came up with that number. Is that just kind of arbitrary, or you have like a target you're aiming for? Like you've seen production builds that are similar to what you're going for, and you're like, okay, I think I'm gonna need 10K. It's just my max budget? Okay. And is this like professional work, or is this just hobbyist? I need to know if it has problems, or it's good, or it's bad. Yeah, it's not very good. And also, I would strongly suggest waiting for Ryzen 5000 if you're considering a 3700X. So, yeah. Just curious what you think of my build. I already got all the parts here except for the CPU and GPU. I think it's pretty bad. Yeah, that's what I think. Okay. Back to Discord. Can you repeat what time the Ryzen 5000 series is for tomorrow? Yeah, if you want to buy at launch day, it's tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern, but I would not suggest buying something on launch day, especially something like this. I would wait to see some reviews, etc., etc. Yeah, I would not try to get this tomorrow. My brother's birthday is coming up. He said he needs a light computer and asked me if you can judge it for him. Okay. Let me take a look. Okay, so you're memeing. Okay, never mind. Alright. Bad, how so? I know the RAM is overkill. Okay, I can talk about your list if you'd like. So what is this for again? Mr. Wilsonator, I'm building in December, so I'll come back. Sounds good. Yeah, I do not suggest making a list ahead of time. You're not memeing, and you have a Core 2 Duo in your list. Your brother's broke as fuck. Okay. Then I would strongly suggest getting a used Office PC. Get a used Optiplex off of eBay, and stick an SSD in there, and that should be good enough for a light work computer. All right. So also, if you're new to this channel, I am streaming this voice call on Twitch/YouTube, so if you say something, just be aware you're being streamed, as usual, etc., etc. Okay. It's for gaming. Okay, that makes things worse. So let's talk about why a list like this is not good for gaming. Hey, what's a good laptop for around $800? I typically don't do help with laptops, but if you want a laptop, I will send you an invite to a server that specializes in laptops. Discord server, that is, that specializes in laptops. So let me get that invite for you. Let me grab this. And, all right. Just, there you go. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. What about 4266 with 191919 BDI? I think that's BDI. I think that's BDI, but I'm not completely sure. Typically, I look at 4400 C19 kits. Okay, so anyways, let's go over why a list like this is not good for gaming, or not ideal for gaming. So first of all, if you're gaming, almost all modern game engines, even cutting edge ones, don't really make use of more than, say, like 12 threads effectively. So getting a 24 thread CPU is kind of a waste. And also, because Ryzen 5000 CPUs are based off 8-core CCXs, there hasn't been benchmarks on this, but I'm going to speculate that going above 8 cores and moving to a 12-core CPU, where you have either a 6+6 configuration or something similar, I think that's going to actually incur latency penalties. So I would, if you wanted to go Ryzen for gaming, I would go 5600X or at most 5800X. And of course, there are no benchmarks on this yet. So, 1 second. Let me just deal with that guy. Oop, okay. So yeah, if you had to go Ryzen for gaming, which I'm not really quite sure if I'm going to recommend Ryzen 5000 for high-end gaming because I haven't seen the benchmarks yet, but pretend that, you know, you had to go Ryzen, 5600X or 5800X would be my choice over a 5900X. D15 Chromax, you know, it's a great cooler, but very, very overkill for this. So unless you really want that aesthetic, which there are cheaper black coolers that will do the job, like the SE224 XT Black, I would not get the D15 Chromax here. X570 Tomahawk Wi-Fi, complete waste of money here. You could easily spend $200 less on a motherboard and get the exact same experience. The RAM, 64 gigs for gaming is again ridiculous. Hi Rev, what's up Rev? Rev, I'm streaming on YouTube today too. Hi Boo. I'm trying to see if it works. People are like, the algorithm is better for specialized content if you're on YouTube. So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll do both. These drives are both overpriced and underwhelming for gaming purposes. I would probably pick something else. So maybe either a single 4TB NVMe drive, or 1+ hard drives, or 1+ like a large 4TB drive. This is just a weird setup to me. I don't understand why you would pick something like this. 3080 Gaming X Trio is fine. I don't have a problem with that card. P600S is fine, assuming you like its aesthetic. If you have another reason for picking a case like this, there are cheaper cases that are equal build quality and probably better temperatures actually. So I hope you pick that for aesthetic reasons. And finally, the power supply is fine, but I hope you got it for say like $130 or less. Okay? And yeah, that's basically it. Cool. All right, let me go look at Discord again. Let's take a look. All right. Stegotep Gaming Power Supply GP. Have you heard of this? Someone put it in my build and it sounds sketchy. Is this legit? Yeah, it's legit. Power supplies often sound sketchy. I wouldn't be concerned about it. It's actually a pretty good unit, surprisingly. So don't be too worried about it. Also, I just realized there's a black bar under the stream. 1 second. We're gonna do some editing on the fly. Add existing maybe? No, hold on. Is there a way I can add a color underneath? Gray BG. Sorry about this. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to do that. 1 second. There we go. Okay. And I want the color to be like hold on. Discord color scheme. Hold on, Discord colors. Doesn't Discord have like a branding guideline? There we go. Okay, what's the dark gray that Discord uses? It is 2C2F33. I'm gonna make that the background here. 2C2F33. Okay, okay. Boom, there we go. I fixed the black bar at the bottom. Now it's a dark gray bar. It looks much more spicy. Okie dokie. Very cool. Very nice. Alright, which is better? I want to build a second PC for virtual reality, and I have a 2700X and 1080 Ti in my main system, and a spare 2060 Super. I was thinking of using the 2700X with the 2060 Super and upgrading to a 5600X, or keeping the 2700X in the main system and getting a 3600 for the second PC, which would be better. Good question. I would go the 5600X route. Yeah, I would go the 5600X route. And you said you have a 1080 Ti. So upgrade your main system to a 5600X and then use the 2700X and 2060 Super for like, I don't know, like something else, I guess. Yeah. Which bin? Let's take a look. Which bin? At those prices, Viper Steel. Yeah, FlareX is shit. I'm pretty sure that T-Force kit, yeah, that's not, the Nighthawk kit is not BDI. Oh shit, this is the wrong, I gotta open this in the right tab. 1 second, sorry. Okay, yeah, so this is not a very good bin of BDI. This is not BDI. This is good BDI. And that is maybe BDI, I think, but they're like, this is cheaper and is a better bin. So Viper Steel. Viper Steel. Left also said that the Segotep is bad. Okay, why did Left give a reason? Because Left is kind of I don't know why. I don't know why he said that actually. Please no. Nice meme. Why 3D NAND is stuck at 40 nanometers, but it's not stuck at 40 nanometers. It's at 19 and 20 right now. Okay. Hold on. Let me go back to PC Part Picker main page. Okie dokie. Hey, I didn't say it was bad. I said fuck it. Wow, I didn't know you were sexually attracted to power supplies. That's hot. Okie dokie. So if anybody else has questions, if I've been neglecting you, please post your questions in voice chat text. Why does first gen IMC suck so much balls? I think it was because it was outsourced. And also it's a first gen product. It was Zen was completely built from the ground up, so you know, growing pains as things go with AMD. What mid-range motherboard would you recommend for the Ryzen 5000 series? I don't know right now because, you know, hardware-wise on paper, I know a lot of motherboards that I think are going to be good for Ryzen 5000, but on paper is different from in practice, right? So like, you might have a board that looks good, but then for some reason it has like a firmware problem with Ryzen 5000 CPUs that we're not aware of, and then a bunch of people have failure rate issues with it or something like that. Like that does happen. It doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. So what I'm asking people to do is if you're planning on buying Ryzen 5000, wait it out a little bit, wait for reviews to come out, wait for people to test these CPUs in all the boards that are out there, and then once we're confident which, you know, with the certain CPUs and motherboards that we want to recommend, that's when I would start buying. I would not buy tomorrow if you have the option to. Here's my fan set. I'm having to go into the P600S case, replacing the stock fans with these Noctua NF-A14s. I mean, you already have them. I don't recommend A14s, but whatever, you already have them, so whatever. I'm looking for an RGB cable extension. Any good ones? Yeah, sure. Like Lee & Lee has the streamer RGB cables. Those are pretty popular. I've used them like twice, I think. Both for like client builds, and they're like fine. I mean, they're just they're cables. I don't really have any comments on them, honestly. I'm assuming you mean power supply cable, right? When you say RGB cable. I'm hoping they will release a 5600 Non-X. Yeah, so here's what AMD did this time. I'm going to show you guys this. So let's go like Ryzen 3000 announcement, AnandTech. There you go, Ryzen 3000, right? So if you look at the CPUs here that were launched, right? You have 600, 600X, 700X, 800X, 3900X. And then what AMD did, right, is, hold on, let me inspect element here real quick. AMD was like, all right, let's just delete this, and let's just delete this, and let's have just like these CPUs, just these 3 CPUs. So I'm hoping that what they do this time is that maybe they're just raising prices for now. So you notice that like the 700X is just a cheaper version of the 800X, and the 600 is just a cheaper version of the 600X. So what I think they're doing is releasing these 3 first, because they have a price advantage and a launch timing cycle advantage over Intel right now. And then maybe once Intel drops their prices or releases Rocket Lake early next year, then we're going to see like a 5700X and a 5600, hopefully for a cheaper price. I'm praying that it's going to be $200, but I don't know. We'll see. Hi, Mew. Mew has joined the chat. Also, let me know if there's any audio issues with the stream, because I'm trying OBS for the first time today after moving from Slobs, so.
Does anyone know a good, like, around $50 to $60 power supply?
Yeah, the Segotep one that...
5700X.
Yeah, the Segotep one that was posted earlier, the 600 watt GP, that's a underrated, good mid-range power supply, if you're interested
It's out
in
of
that.
stock, I'm pretty sure.
It's on Amazon and Newegg, so if it's out of stock on both of them, then I can give you a separate recommendation, but check both of them. It should be around $60. Can you explain motherboard RAM QVL thing? Yeah, so QVL is basically just a list of RAM kits that the motherboard vendor has tested on the motherboard. It's not always completely accurate, because there's also variance within a single kit SKU, and testing is not always as extensive as it should be. And on top of that, QVL often doesn't matter, because it's not like, it's very rare that motherboards have particularities about them or kits have particularities about them that would cause them to work with only a specific motherboard, despite being like a really good kit of RAM. So if a kit of RAM is really good, it's going to be really good on basically every platform. If a motherboard is really good for RAM overclocking, it's going to be very good with basically any DIMM. So that's why QVL is mostly irrelevant. You know, people who rely on QVL make the wrong assumption that motherboards can be very specific about how they interact with RAM, and typically that's not the case. So QVL can be kind of safely ignored, provided you pick a good motherboard, you pick good RAM, and you have a CPU that has an IMC that's not shit. So, for example, if you have a Ryzen 5 1600, you're going to have issues with memory overclocking past, like, say, I don't know, 3400 megahertz on most SKUs, you know, kind of regardless of what's on your QVL. So if you want, I mean, if it helps you sleep better at night, then sure, but QVL can be mostly ignored. Yes, PSU RGB cables. Search up Lian Li streamer. Lian Li streamer. Now, I believe there are other options as well, but I'm not a RGB power supply cable expert, so I can't really comment on that. If you want more information on RGB power supply cables, you can go look up some reviews on YouTube probably, because the thing about cables is that provided they're the right gauge and you know, they don't arrive broken or snap easily or get damaged easily, and they have the RGB functionality, the aesthetics that you want, you know, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal. For extensions, at least. For cable replacements, I'd be a little bit more careful. Okay. Did I miss anybody's questions? Okay, Infinity Liam. Let me take a look at what you've sent to me. I am buying this tomorrow. How is it? It's fine. I mean, yeah, it's just fine. I wouldn't say it's good or it's terrible. It's just fine. I'd give it like I'd give it a 3 out of 7, leaning 4 if I had to rate it. Again, I don't know how good the 5600X is going to be because we don't have reviews, so you're kind of walking into this blind, but wishful thinking. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I don't have any major problems with the list. Yeah, I'm taking a look. Go Canyon. So this is what you're gonna do for 850 NZD. Okay. I'm pretty sure there's a different whatchamacallit, a different SSD you can get at this price that's probably better. So let's take a look. 40 gig SSD. Let's see. Oh, okay, P1 is cheapest. Okay. It might be easier to use a SATA drive and then get like a... Oh no, I'd straight up get A2000. It's like $5 more. So I'd switch to A2000 on your list. So if I edit your list here, I'm just going to switch to A2000. It's like $5 New Zealand dollars more, which is nothing. Yeah, just be aware you can't overclock on that motherboard. I mean, I'm assuming you just got the cheapest compatible motherboard because your budget is really squeezed here. I would try to get a used GPU if you can. $300 1650 Super. There might be a cheaper 1650 Super. Let's check. Or there might even be a cheaper 580. So let's take a look. 580.
Is the Thermaltake Smart Active?
Oh dear.
Oh my god.
Who was that? Did they leave?
I have no idea.
1 second. I can check who that was. My bad. Sorry if you got ear rape, chat. That was unlucky. Okay, I think it was Sooners Boy, so I'm gonna warn him. Warn Sooners Boy VC spam. Yeah, the 1650 Super is better for gaming, but I just wanted to see if the 580 was like significantly cheaper. Okay, so $300 is the cheapest New Zealand 1650 Super. So yeah, I mean, that case seems like it might be expensive. I'm gonna see how much the other cases are in this case. Haha, in this case. Yeah, I'd probably get Matrix 30 over Cylon Mini at these prices, or PS15. PS15 is great. So I take something like the PS15 over the Cylon Mini you had there, unless you really like how the Cylon Mini looks. Because at this budget, a case is a case is a case. You're just using it to hold stuff. And you have the case already? Okay, great then. And the BQ, I would avoid this for even for a build at this scale. I'd probably change to a different power supply, like a CX, Master Watt default, etc. Is overclocking on
Is-
B550A Pro good? Yeah, for any mainstream Ryzen CPU that people tend to buy, a B550A Pro should be enough. I think a 5900X will be fine on a B550A Pro. 5950X might be pushing it a little bit for manual all cores with high voltage, but yeah, B550A Pro is fine. I wish it was lower in price, which is why I tend to suggest like the B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi instead. 1 second. Catching all of them today. Let's go. Okay.
Do you know if the Thermaltake Smart Active PFC 80 plus 700 watt is good? It's like
No,
68
it's
bucks.
not. Why
Thermaltake
doesn't
Smart.
why
I need to get on
okay,
like
dude,
B&H
give me
or
a second,
something.
dude.
So, like-
Why doesn't the Ryzen 7 5800X have a stock cooler? I don't know. I mean,
That's AMD.
AMD is hopefully made a lot of fanboys realize that they're not a charity, like many people have said, and that they're here to make money, like most companies, right? If Intel if Intel's kind of slacking right now, they haven't reduced their prices, then AMD's actually taking the more expensive role here. So the real question is going to be, you know, the 5800X, 5900X, 5950X are not going to be that relevant for most people here, but the 5600X will be. So we're going to have to see whether that thing can beat the 10600K or not. That's going to be the biggest question this launch. Everything else is kind of secondary to that, in my opinion, at least for like mainstream PC building. Any good cheap and quiet RGB fans? Yeah, my boy FN Steve, he hooks me up with these recommendations. So here's a couple of them that you can consider. So there's the Gelid Stella. The Gelid Stella? Yeah, this guy right here.
Segotep isn't in stock.
This guy right here is pretty good. That's ARGB as well. There's the Lickmax 3 or Lickmax 2 ARGB fans. You can get them off eBay, although they're out of stock right now. But if you can find these somewhere else, they're pretty good. If you live in a country where supply is kind of restricted, or you have, you know, difficulty kind of finding fans that are not mainstream brand, then Deepcool's CF/RF/UF fans, the 120mm ones, are pretty good. The fans themselves are not that great, but they're very cheap. It's like $50 for 5, so it's pretty decent. What's the difference between RGB and ARGB? RGB means the entire device, so any device that's RGB has like one or more LEDs on it. So RGB, just regular RGB, non-addressable, means that if you have like a strip of RGB, the entire strip has to stay the same color. ARGB means each and every LED can be a different color and be controlled individually. How do you think a 6900 XT would pair with an Intel CPU compared to one of AMD's launching chips? I honestly don't know. We'll see how it works. Yeah, RGB and ARGB, you can control both of them. It's just how specifically you can control them. Is ARGB is obviously more specific. It's per LED. I honestly don't know. If you're doing this for gaming, you know, I think a 3080 is as high as I'd go for gaming at this point, or a 6800 XT, or based on the benchmarks. We'll see. But I honestly don't know. I think the 10600K and 5600X will end up being pretty close. So it really comes down to motherboard cost and cooler cost. So if the 5600X is cool on its stock cooler, then I think we won't have many issues, and I think it'll be the obvious choice for high-end gaming, but we'll see how it goes. In comparison to an Intel CPU with a 3090, I honestly have no idea. We got to see these benchmarks. Like it's so close that we got to see these benchmarks. Yeah. Okay. Coolio. What do you think of this build? That guy's not even in the voice call anymore. But I think it is very questionable and not good. I think we realize the Stella shipping is crazy high. Yeah, but like per cost, it becomes decent afterwards. Can you rate my PC build real quick? Okay. Can you rate my hairline real quick? Okay. How can I make this list better if I can? Let me take a look. Thanks Onek for the follow. Okay. Do you need to buy this tomorrow? Like, I really wouldn't suggest buying this tomorrow. Like, I'm sure the 5600X will be at least okay. So there's that. If you don't mind downsizing, which there isn't really a significant benefit to downsizing, I'd change this to like a B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi, and I would change this to like an MB311L, so like a micro ATX case. I don't know which 3070 you have, so I can't really comment on that, but none of them are really that bad, so I'm sure it's fine. And then for RGB RAM, this is quite expensive. I switched this to like a Ballistics white kit, which is around the same price, but much better for overclocking. And
one quick question, then I'll head out.
the rest of this is fine.
So I'm Ryzen 7 3700X with a NZXT 360mm radiator. You think temperatures between like 35 and 45 degrees on idle are normal?
Idle temps don't matter. Your load temps should be what you're looking at.
Heaven benchmark, it went no higher than like 75.
Okay, yeah, you should be fine then.
Very cool. But it wasn't changing when I had the pump on max or when I had it on like the lowest percent.
That's typical. Yeah.
Really?
Just leave it alone. Yep. You're fine.
Okay, dope. Thanks. Just built, so I'm just like, hyper nervous or whatever.
Yeah, I
Thank you
need to
very
buy
much.
it tomorrow. I have the 3070 Founders. Okay, well, just implement the changes that I talked about then. So that would be, if you want to downsize, which, you're not going to lose anything really by downsizing, I'd go B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi and go for the smaller case, which is like $60 instead of $100. And then I changed the RAM to the Ballistics white kit, the 3600 C16 one. So I changed it to that instead.
Yo, could you find me a good power supply for like 50, 60 bucks? Because the Sego Tep was out of stock at Newegg. That's the one place I could get it from.
What build is
Amazon.
this for?
For I can't. My friend won't want. He's not patient at all. I'm like, why can't you? He's like, no, I can't wait right now.
That's not the
i5
question I asked.
10400, 16 gigs, Crucible 6, 3200.
What's the GPU?
5700 XT.
Okay. Let's see what's in stock then, I guess. I suppose you could go S12-3, but the Sego Tep's like $5 more. So I'm gonna suggest that instead.
Sego.
The Sego Tep is
It's not out of stock on
chill.
Amazon.
The Seasonic one.
I said
That's
Sego Tep.
I can't use Amazon right now. My account was suspended for some reason.
You can't use Amazon? Okay, that's kind of strange, but okay. Okay.
Literally, I bought computer parts, and they're like, "No, we don't like you because you use a debit card. Yeah, we're gonna suspend your account." I'm like, bruh.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Well,
The 650 watt or
let's
the
look at that.
550?
TV Neo Zen. This is the question. Do we do this or do we do this? You said Newegg is fine, right?
Yeah, Newegg or like B&H.
Yeah, I'll do this with rebate. This is as low as I'd go. So who is asking this question again?
Jan.
Okay.
Jan.
Look at this. What do you think of my list? I know I already sent to you, but I missed it if you responded because I was AFK. Yeah, let me take a look at your list. Oh, there we go. First of all, you're gaming, right? So 5800X, if you had to buy a Ryzen CPU for gaming, like let's say these end up being pretty good, I would do 5600X instead. Yeah. But I'd have to see the benchmarks. Again, Xenon, I really don't suggest you buy this list like tomorrow. I really don't suggest you make a list right now because we don't know enough.
Wait till Black Friday, for God's sake,
Like,
please.
No, don't
Well,
wait till
actually,
Black
I'm
Friday.
actually
Wait,
camped out
wait like 2 weeks or
waiting
so.
for it.
Wait like 2 weeks or so. That would be good.
And also, if you're getting like RAM and motherboard
Like-
and stuff, that stuff goes hell on
Look,
sale.
Nobody in the tech community has nobody that's not under NDA has this information. So the answer is we don't know. Like just chill. This list isn't that great. It's just okay. Actually, no, I'm seeing some of the prices now. That's excusable actually. But yeah, I would just wait a little bit more. Because I don't have the benchmarks on these CPUs. So we gotta wait. We gotta wait a bit more.
What are the odds that it'll the new 5600X would bottleneck a 3070?
Again, bottlenecking depends on game settings and resolution. So depends.
Well, it's like a 2080 Ti with a Ryzen 5 3600. Would that bottleneck depending on a Call of Duty?
Depends on game settings and
1440p.
resolution.
High settings, Call of Duty Warzone 1440p.
I think that'd be around. Yeah, I don't think you would have too many problems on that. No, I don't.
That'd
think
be
you'd
like
have too many
pushing like
problems.
the max, right? Like the max.
Yeah, I think that'd be a pretty good combination. But you know, you can reference benchmarks to check. Pretty, yeah. Why is you and Medell the only two admins that I seen do something? Because the other admins are also adults and they have their own lives, and they're busy. I'm waiting. Okay, then I can't really comment on your list then. And about the ballistics RAM, do you mean the RGB or the normal one? Well, you have RGB RAM in your list, so I'm assuming you want RGB RAM. So the RGB one. How is this looking? So if you have NVIDIA GPU, is it better to get G-Sync or FreeSync? Don't get it twisted. G-Sync certified is basically FreeSync. So at this point, I would say it doesn't really matter. I would focus more on panel quality than getting G-Sync or FreeSync marketing on your monitor. So, because NVIDIA GPUs should work flawlessly with basically every good mainstream FreeSync monitor. Because a good display scaler means that you probably won't have any problems with VRR. So I think you should be okay. Just focus on actual panel quality. That's more important. How come ballistics RAM rather than Corsair? Because if you're going to get RAM and you want white RGB RAM and you're going to pay $80 for 16 gigs, there is white RGB RAM from Crucial, or ballistics, whatever you want to call it, that overclocks much better. And even if you didn't want to manually overclock it, its XMP is just better. It's 3600C16 instead of 3200C16. Anything I should adjust? Let me take a look. Yeah. I mean, first of all, if you want to buy a 3600 like you're expecting a discount because of Black Friday, I would wait it out. Like I don't think this is yeah, I would definitely wait it out instead of making a list now, because I don't know whether the 3600 is going to drop in price or whether the 5600X is going to be more worth buying. Like I would come back in like 2 weeks and I'll make you a list on the spot then, assuming, you know, there's some good sales and that's a good time to buy, which I think it should be. So yeah, I don't think making a list right now is a good idea. That being said, this list is not great either. I'll just quickly go over this, I guess. So, pretending you were gonna buy this now. 10400 instead. AIO drop unnecessary. You already bought it though. Unlucky. B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi for a 3600, or B450M Pro 4 because that's like 65 right now. Or you should be going B460 if we went Intel, so that would also be cheaper. RAM, get the Black Ballistics RGB kit. It's cheaper than this and straight up better. Helix L should be replaced with P2 at this point. 3070 Founders is fine. They're better 3070s, but it's not like the 3080 Founders, which is you should avoid. P360 is fine for 70. TX750M is not worth 120. There's better power supplies that are like 850 watts at that price. And I don't know about these fans, but you already bought them, so I hope they were cheap at least. That's basically it. Okay, Ryzen 5 3600 2060 bottleneck. Again, anytime you want to bring up bottlenecking, you have to talk about game resolution settings. Always, always, always. People assume bottlenecking is like CPUs have a magic number, GPUs have a magic number, and like if one number is higher than the other, then there's a bottleneck. That's not how it works, okay?
Thank you.
All right, Slime, how's this looking? Let's take a look, shall we? It is not looking good. So assuming you had to buy this now, again,
Alright, thank you.
the same feedback applies. Should be Intel instead. This RAM, get the ballistics kit instead, or get the silicon power kit that's cheaper than this if you want to have fun with the B-die lottery. MS30 is a pretty bad primary drive, and getting two M.2 SSDs that are 500 gig each is just weird. It's just a strange configuration to me. I'd rather just get one terabyte, and that would be cheaper actually. 3070 Founders is not worth $600, so don't buy from a reseller. 220T is fine if you're getting it for aesthetic reasons, but it's $100 for like an okay case. So yeah, I would get a better power supply for a build like this, not related to wattage. And AFs are pretty bad. Yeah, I'd rather you get like even, you know, Deepcool CFRF instead. Okay.
Oh, I already got the. Oh, sorry. This was the slime zone. I already got the 3070 and what's it called? It was a bug. There was like two M.2s.
Okay. How did you get so good at building PCs? A lot of reading.
We read, we learn.
Yeah.
Parent.
A few questions. Are the price for PC parts identical or at least extremely similar in terms of prices after converting between Canada and US? Good question. No. A lot of people assume that you can just convert between currencies, and then like if you live in Australia, you have a $2,000 Australian budget. Let's say that's like, I don't know, 1,500 US dollars. 1,400. So let's say you have 2,000 Australian dollars. Some people will come to us and they'll be like, yo, I have a 1,400 US dollar budget. And then it turns out they're from Australia. And then we're like, bro, we have to remake the list because markets are not equivalent across different countries. So just be aware of that. What kind of price drops can we expect to see for PC parts before January? I can't give you a number because they change every year and they're also dependent on what parts you're buying in particular. But November, Black Friday sales, Cyber Monday sales, which are not that significant. You get the holiday sales from Christmas. That's what you can expect, basically. That happens every year. If we see a negligible drop and I don't want to wait, should I just bite the bullet on my build? No, I don't think it's going to be negligible. I understand the new parts will perform better for value, and in addition to that, older parts will drop in price. Let's say I keep the GPU and I build ASAP. I'll keep it with upgradability in mind for maybe 2 to 4 years in the future. What are your thoughts? This is kind of significant, so I would still try to wait if you can. I would still try to wait if you can.
Hey, Aegis, I got a question.
What's up?
So I downloaded the MSI Lite thing because, you know, I just built my computer. I got a 3070 trying to change the RGB. Yeah, now I got a kernel problem in my computer. I feel like I downloaded a virus.
I would head over to the troubleshooting channel and ask them for some help.
No, and now my computer's attempting repairs. I think my computer's literally fucked.
Yeah, I know. I would go to the troubleshooting channel and ask them for help. Will a 10600K and /5600X bottleneck a 3080 at 1440p, 144 highest settings in AAA games, along with esports titles such as Dota 2? Highest settings? Probably not. Probably not. But, you know, you'd have to see the benchmarks on the specific game we're talking about here, because highest settings still is kind of variable between different games. Hi, thank you for the follow, Salty Pagrand. What is going on, gamer? Not much. What is going on, fellow gamer? I need help. My PC is a big issue. Okay, no, you didn't. Why didn't you tell me the 10600K was QSRJ was only 150 on Taobao? Because I didn't want you going off there and buying unwarranted CPUs from the illicit manufacturers and sellers on Taobao. Okay, you're buying one? Oh my god. Hi Aegis, how are you? Hi Trip, how are you doing? Should I get a 3090 for gaming because you don't get enough flex with a 3080? That's a question that you should answer for yourself. Okay. Build help red. Can someone make me a list? That guy's just gone. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Cypher, I already helped him, so we're good there. Okay, and if you're watching stream, all Oh fuck, there's 14 people. All 14 of you, if you have any questions, feel free to type them in chat. I actually can't tell how many people are on YouTube and how many people are on Twitch. So, do you get a notification if someone subs to you on YouTube? I don't know how this works. I don't fucking know how this works, honestly.
YouTube.
Oh, thanks QX for the spot. I will pop them in here. So again, if you have any questions and I've neglected you for some reason earlier, type your question in voice chat text and ping me and I'll take a look. Yell that left skull for me? Okay. Left skull, you're bad, you're smelly, you belong in the timeout corner. There, I yelled at him for you. Okay. Are you happy now? Okay. Is there any important hardware news that has come out over the past day? Looks like no. Yeah. Nothing super special. You said I can get a power supply for 120. Didn't you? Okay, if you've already bought that, then there's nothing you can do, and I probably wouldn't return that. That's not a big deal. If you haven't bought that, then I would come back in 1 or 2 weeks, like I said already. Is the Corsair Carbide Spec Delta a good case? Not really. Did you see the 10400F sale for 155 US earlier today? I did not, but that sounds pretty poggers. No. There are no reviews, ATM, ignore. NDA lifts tomorrow. Okie dokie. Nice-oo. Who's your favorite admin here? That's tough. That's tough. I'm gonna say maybe Meeb and maybe Jap, because they seem very friendly. They seem very nice. Why is Goodbin B-Die so expensive? Because Goodbin B-Die, it's not that expensive. It's gone down a lot in price. I overclocked my RAM earlier like a super cool sciencey dude. I'm very proud of you. Oh, I bought the H100i for only $100. That's decent. You know what I did? I lowered cast latency by 1 and then left BIOS. Did you at least do proper stress testing? Is there A-Die DDR4 RAM? I don't know if Samsung A-Die is a thing. I haven't heard of that. It probably is. It probably is a thing. But I have...
Samsung A-Die is a thing, but you get it from first.
Okay, cool. Well, now you know.
Like system integrators.
Samsung A-Die is a thing. Now you know. Oh shit, no, you're right. Samsung A-Die was like the new shit that was supposed to come out and replace B-Die, but then it didn't. So like, yeah. You didn't stress test, you just lowered your CL by 1. Okay. Have fun with your corrupted OS, Lamau. Check this build out, and is it possible to get more storage? Yeah, I'm gonna fix this list. So, do you need to buy this ASAP? Awesome Nabil 5? When will DDR5 come out for me to buy? Late next year. How would I get corrupted OS? Because your RAM is unstable and it's making errors. Do you think Samsung M.2 SSDs are overpriced? I think Samsung SSDs in general are overpriced. Well, I don't think that. That's just a fact. That's just how it works. So, yeah. Thanks Onek for the sub, dude. I appreciate that. Ooh, I'm an idiot. Facts. You're an idiot. Thank you Moncase for the follow. Moncase? Moncase. Bro, whoever told me that freaking YouTube is good for algorithm is a liar, bro. Oh my god. I have legit like... Hold on, I don't even know what I'm doing actually. I have no idea what I'm doing. Why can't you go down 0.5 nanoseconds and not one whole... What does that even mean? On what? TRFC? Like, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. I have no clue. I'm debating between 2950X and Ryzen 9 3950X. Oh fuck. Oh, oops. Oh, I hope I didn't just fuck up my stream. Oh no, we're good. Yeah, we're chilling. Oh, okay. There we go. Sorry, my bad. No, CAS latency. Because CAS latency is how can you have half a clock tick? Does that make sense to you? I mean, theoretically, you can have half a clock tick, but you can't have half a clock tick on DDR4 at least. Okay, so CAS latency is not defined in nanoseconds. Well, theoretically, you could have it defined in nanoseconds, but it's in clock ticks. It's like a clock tick is a whole unit. It's like a whole unit. You can't divide it. That's basically it. Yeah, it's like Alatron has told me that like on old DDR there was like CAS latency like 2.5 or whatever, but now you can't really do that. Yeah, you can't divide the clock tick. I just said imagine. You said imagine after. I'm debating. Okay, sorry, I gotta answer this question. I'm debating between 2950X and 3950X. Do you have any opinions? Good question. They're kind of for different people. I would only go first or second gen Threadripper if you care about lanes and lanes alone. And so like getting a used 1950X or like something like that, or a 1900X would be a good idea if you wanted like a bunch of PCI lanes, but you don't give a shit about like actual CPU performance that much. But if the reason you're buying is not for lanes and not for quad channel, then I would get the 3950X. It is typically a much better idea. Yeah. So awesome Nabil again. Is this a super urgent list or what is going on? Please let me know. Is this super urgent or can you come back later? Fuck you, Aegis. I love you too, BB. Urgent? It's a gift. Okay. Alright, well, we're gonna actually make a list on stream instead of telling people to go away. So, we're gonna make a list. It's gonna be fun. Hooray! Oh boy. Okay. 3100 is probably the right choice just because motherboards are so cheap right now. I'm an animator if that helps, so more threads the better. Okay. Well, well, the 2950X is also 16 cores and 32 threads. If you're purchasing new, I don't think 2950X prices have dropped so much that they're more worth buying in value than the 3950X. So I think 3950X is worth considering, but I also think 3960X and CPUs like that are also worth considering for your use case. So, yeah, consider, you know, quad channel. Consider higher PCI lane count. But if you're an animator, I'm thinking both of those things are not going to affect you too much. Maybe quad channel, but not the PCI lanes. Okay, anyways, let's look at these boards here. B450M Pro 4 is extremely cheap, poggers. Why no 10100? Because this guy's $65. So if you had to choose one, would you get two 144Hz monitors or one 240Hz monitors? I feel like that's not even a valid comparison because that belongs to like two completely different groups of people. Like if you're the type to get a 240Hz monitor, you're probably playing like esports type games, maybe in a competitive setting, low settings, you're trying to get as much FPS as possible. Whereas if you have two separate monitors, you're doing more like productivity type work, where you're like, you know, you have Twitch chat, or you're doing coding on one of your monitors, or you're looking at YouTube on one of your monitors. They're two very different groups of people, and I don't think that's a valid comparison. That being said, me personally, two 144Hz because I'm not a competitive gamer. I mean, I like playing competitive type games, but I don't game competitively, so. And I stream. I'm streaming right now, so I'd rather have two monitors than one, just in general. Okay. So let's keep going with this list here. So let's see if we can get some spicy RAM for some for cheap. Got a $50 kit. This guy's on a budget, so I'm gonna go with the 3600 C18. Yo, finally, somebody bitched to Manny and he changed it to 3600 C18. Finally. Epic. Wait, are there no crucial kits? What's going on? $70. Okay, now we're going with this. Alright. Cool. How much storage did that dude have originally? The awesome Nabil dude. He had like 500 gigs, right? Okay, yeah. P2 is the right choice right now. Thank you, Sensei Rice, for the follow. Cool. We're gonna do like 500 gig. I don't know what else is available right now. I'm gonna go check. Yeah, P2. That's the right choice. Buggers. Okay, and video card. I believe there's a really cheap 5600 XT right now, but I'm gonna check Build a PC sales and see if it's still up. So
No, it's not.
It's not. Sag. Hold on. Flare GPU. And let's go to newest. Let's take a look. So we got this guy. Ooh, 5600 XT Strix for 260. That's pretty good. That's pretty bad. I don't even know why that was posted. 5700 XT is 360. We got a bunch of stuff here.
Oh wait, Rising comes out tomorrow. Oh,
yeah, it comes out tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Oh,
Pretty
good luck
hype.
to you guys. Dude, my 3070 came in today, and I'm.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna
pretty
recommend this instead,
satisfied.
honestly. Minus $80 with promo code. Okay, so we'll add this. Thank you, guy on your buddy list. Nice. Someone made an account just for that. Poggers. Okay. Okay. You're on a pretty low budget here, so I'm gonna go Matrix 30. And then for your power supply, we'll do like the Segotep GP. I believe this should be in stock on Amazon. Oh, Pog. Okay. Oh, that is really cheap. Okay. Hold on. I forgot to do something. 1 second.
Hey, Agus, do you need the custom part?
No, I got it. I got it. Thanks, though.
Alright.
Yeah, thanks. But I'm good. Okay. That should work. Okay, there we go. In stock on November 12th. That is kind of unfortunate.
Wait, are you talking about Zen 3?
No. I'm not talking about that. Okay, so, wait, they released an exact time for Zen 3 tomorrow? No, but retailers have told us.
They've done it at 6 a.m. for Newegg.
It's 9 a.m. Eastern.
6 a.m. Yeah.
Okay, so go with this. Awesome Nabil. Get this list and get this GPU. The GPU, make sure when you buy it that you use the $80 off code, and that will decrease the price by a lot. That should drop it to like 260. That's a pretty good price. And then for the power supply, it's in stock on November 12th, but it's Amazon, so it should probably come kind of soon. So there's the power supply. And that should bring your total to like, hold on, let me do some quick maths here. 330 plus 260 plus 50 to 640. Okay, to 640. So, pretty good stuff. Trip said Segotep sucks. Okay. Bonk Trip on the head. Bonk. Bonk him on the head.
Hey, yes.
What's up?
So for Zen 3 release, what do you like recommend to do to like buy it as quick as you can? It doesn't get sold out.
I mean, I'm just not gonna recommend that you do that in general, but if you want to, yeah, if you want to try your luck at getting a part on launch day, I'd probably join one of the in-stock discords and sign up for a role mention and try and be the first one on the train, I guess. Yeah. Do I have a powerful enough power supply to power everything safely if I add my water cooling parts? You have an Optimus water block, D5 pump, you have a Black Ice Nemesis radiator. Well, okay, obviously that's not going to consume power. Let's take a look at your list. Wow, it's a pretty spicy list you got here. Oh, okay. Who's using speakers? Okay. Let's take a look here. You have a 2080 Ti Strix. Okay. I'm tempted. Is this a troll? This seems like it might be like somebody from the OC Discord. who's memeing on me right now. This seems like it might be. Because people typically don't just come up and be like, yo, I have like a whole ass list of water cooling parts that I'm already decided on. And like, people typically don't do that. You have them? Okay. You have a Focus PX. That's a pretty good power supply. 3960X doesn't consume that much power. 2080 Ti is like, let's say 350. I'm gonna tentatively say yes, but it depends on how much you overclock your parts. Yeah, that's gonna be my answer. I think if you pushed everything like balls to the wall, you might have some issues, but you know, your power supply is good. I don't think you should have any problems. Yeah.
So when you said for the in stock Discord, can you like you have any links for that? Because I'm trying.
Yeah,
to find
sure. I can invite you.
Oh, it's called Stonks.
Stonks.
Yeah, here. No, I sent you an invite.
Oh, are we in the same server? Stonks?
Shit, I'm at a fucking 100 limit server thing.
All right. Well, you gotta
Dude.
ditch one of them then. All right, dude.
That's how I got my 3070, dude.
You have some interesting parts chosen here, but I think your power supply will be okay. But it depends on how much you overclock again. Yeah. This is a shame though. 3 Rocket 4s. I'm crying on the inside right now. And the fans too. I'm crying. It's okay. You already have it. Not a big deal. So, did that guy say his list was fine? Awesome Nabil. Cool. He's good. All right. If anybody else has questions in the voice chat or that's watching the stream right now, put your questions in voice chat text and I'll try to look at them. And I'll try to invite some more people as well from the other channels. Poggers. I know nothing about PCs, but I'm thinking of building one. Do I need an Ethernet cable? So, yeah, the 2 main ways to connect your PC to the internet are through an Ethernet cable, whether it's power line or directly to your access point. Or the second one would be through Wi-Fi. So if you have a Wi-Fi adapter on your PC, whether it's from your motherboard, USB, or PCIe lanes, then you don't need an Ethernet cable, but typically builds don't come with Wi-Fi unless you have like a pre-build or something, because most people, you know, who are buying pre-builds, they need Wi-Fi. Delicious water. So you probably need Ethernet. Make me mod nerd. How do I even do that? Oh, on YouTube.
That's funny.
Sure, I'll do it. I'll do it later after the stream is over. How long have we been streaming for? It's been like an hour, right? Yeah. Okay. Stream is pogging today. Honestly, not gonna lie. Stream is pogging.
Going trying to challenge. You don't see bikes. Just going. I'll see out the wall.
Make me mod nerd, Lamau. Ah, okay. What is going on right now? Alright, sorry, I'm just managing this. Okay. Not sure if I can talk now. Not a big deal. Don't worry. Okay, so if you have a question and you're in the voice channel, please type your question into the voice chat text channel and I will look at your question. Make sure you ping me though. Otherwise I might not see it because there's a lot of messages there. Okay. Still trying to figure out an optimal build for Topaz VEAI. Do I want to be looking at an Intel or AMD CPU? The software also does have Intel Vino tie-ins, but if I'm offloading to the GPU for the conversions, that shouldn't matter, right? 64 gigs of RAM or 128 gig make a difference. Okay, so you're using an application that's pretty non-standard. So what I would do is typically applications, especially like, you know, AI ML applications, there are great forums out there that you can access that I'm sure people have, you know, anecdotes and advice about hardware when it comes to RAM usage, when it comes to Intel versus AMD and stuff like that. I would look up a forum that's like machine learning forum or like whatever you're doing. Yeah, you're doing AI work. Yeah, so I'm sure if that application is relatively popular, I'm sure people have hardware recommendations for them. I personally have never worked with that application in particular before, so I can't really give you any specific recommendations. Yeah, I would probably, if you want, I can do some research on the side because maybe I have better access to that kind of resources, but that would need to be off stream. Yeah, I would need to do that later. So If you want, I can do some research for you, cover cache, and like kind of figure out what you should be looking for with that application, and then we can kind of figure out what you should be buying. But I really, I don't know right now. That's my answer. I don't know right now. That list is just okay. And also cover cache. What I do know is that I'm gonna advise you ahead of time. There are a lot of people in this Discord that are quite young, and they're trained on gaming type builds, and because of that, if they see a list like yours that has, you know, very high-end parts in it, they're going to assume that you're gaming, and they'll say, you know, oh, it's a waste of money or whatever. So maybe disregard the Discord for like at least a little bit until we get things figured out, or make it very clear that you're doing a specialized application, and just make sure you find people that are in their depth when we're talking about a list like this, because you and many other people who have like specialized... Uh-oh, my internet's taking a shit. Okay, we're back. Sorry, my internet was taking a shit there. You and many other people who make like workstation builds, they come into this Discord and people are like, oh no, that's a waste of money, or like, you know, it's a bad list or whatever, because they just assume you're gaming. That's all they know how to kind of analyze. So just be aware of that as well. Stream on Facebook Gaming. Stream on Facebook Gaming. That would be something. Thank you to like the 3 people that just follow. I don't have... OBS doesn't have like a thing where it tells you like who followed or whatever. It's really dumb. What is bad about the Sabrent rocket? It's not bad. Like any mostly expensive part, it's not bad, but there are better PCIe Gen 4 SSDs coming out if you care about that. And I'll describe it like this. Drives like the Rocket 4.0, MP600, Aorus NVMe Gen 4, all of those Gen 4 drives that came out before the last couple months, those are all basically bait for people who think Gen 4 is better. They see, oh, you know, it's twice the bandwidth, Gen 4 is, you know, 4 is bigger than 3, so it must be faster. But in reality, SSD workloads and storage workloads are very rarely sequentially bottlenecked. So you're very rarely running into the time where that 5,000 megabytes per second actually matters. There's a lot of SSD workloads that are much more relevant to consumers and prosumers. So like, you know, if you're an animator or something like that, there are much more relevant workloads for that, like latency under high load, for example. So you may be able to, you know, have up to 5 gigabytes a second for a very short period of time, but can you sustain that workload? And how is the drive latency while you're under that heavy workload? That's a lot more important than just hitting that large number. So because of that, a lot of people that bought those kind of Gen 4 drives were baited, and they're like, oh, Gen 4, so it's faster. But a lot of those drives are actually slower than PCI Gen 3 drives. So when it comes to buying SSDs, don't focus on Gen 3 versus Gen 4. Focus on actual SSD performance. And that's kind of hard because, you know, Crystal Diskmark doesn't tell you much about that. We're at a very big loss of good SSD reviews and good SSD benchmarks. And that's why it's very hard for people to tell what's actually good and what's not. So the Rocket's not bad. There's no doubt it's at least a mid to high range NVMe drive, but there are much cheaper, more cost effective, and straight up better SSDs that may not be able to hit that 5 gigabytes per second number, but will actually perform better when it comes to performing under heavy workloads. So there you go. Where can I get my question answered by Aegis? In voice chat text. Ping me in voice chat text, or if you don't want to be in this voice channel, I'm streaming this voice channel on YouTube and Twitch, so you can ask there as well. Also, if you say anything, yeah, just be aware you're being streamed as well. Yeah, okay. People in my friend group who are PC enthusiasts may not as learned as an individual as you, but they say that in Canada, Black Friday PC part deals are not as good as in the States, and we might not really see as good as sales as you guys do. While that is partially true, I kind of agree. I still think it's significant enough to be worth waiting for, so I would wait if I were you. And also, I'm in Canada right now, so I'll be looking out for my own ass, and we'll see how things go. We'll see how things go. I still remember that guy who got warned because he had 128 gigs for sifting through Minecraft seeds. That was pretty funny. Yeah, that was pretty funny. Hold on, let's see. So you said you have enhanced AI hardware. Okay, so I'm gonna save this for you, Cover Cash, in the future. I've just written it down. Cover Cash. Oh, great. There's a little forum as well. So I will certainly add that to my little search here that I'm doing. Yeah, great. Yeah, because if you need me to like decipher the hardware and that kind of stuff that they're talking about, then that's gonna be good. Okay, cool. Do you have Twitter / Instagram / Facebook? I do have Facebook, but I basically don't use it, and it's personal. I don't have. Well, I have Twitter, but I don't use that either. Instagram, I deleted my account. Yeah, I'm basically on Discord and Reddit, and I guess Twitch and YouTube now. Is this the channel I'm supposed to be using? Yes, you're in the right channel. What are the leading mid-range GPU benchmarks for $200 to $400? Okay, so the leading GPUs right now that are in that price range that are relevant for used GPUs would be the GTX 1070 for slightly below 200, the Vega 56 and 64. Again, these are used. 1070 Ti, 1080, 980 Ti. Those are all, you know, kind of around that price. Used 1080 Ti would also go into that category. Now, new GPUs would be 5600 XT, 5700, 5700 XT, 2060, 2070, 2060 Super. And hopefully soon, 3060 or something like that. Those are all the GPUs that are relevant within that $200 to $400 range. Is this a good board? I mean, good quality-wise, sure. But any board that price is going to be good quality-wise. It's is it worth buying? No. It's very not worth buying. Also, he's not even in voice anymore. Why did I answer that question? When are you going to pin this? Probably never. Because some of the mods don't like condescending kind of stuff like that. So, yeah. Thank you, Vishnu YT, for the follow. Hey, man, I just bought a case called Ant Esports Ice 511 MT. Can you let me know if it's worth it? I've never seen that case in my life, so I cannot comment on that. I can look at it and give you just an estimate. How much did you buy it for? How much did you buy it for? Let's take a look at it. Ant Esports. Okay, looks pretty decent actually. So I'm assuming you bought this in India? Ice 511 meta in India. Okay, great.
Yo, hey, do you want me to mute or no?
If you're not talking, then sure, that'd be good.
Could I ask a question once you're done? Because I didn't submit anything.
You can just put if you're afraid of like interrupting, just post your question in voice chat text.
I'm not afraid of interrupting at all. I'm just saying, like, are you reading other people's questions first, or can I just like, ask randomly?
Yeah, no, I'd appreciate it even if you have a mic, if you posted your question in voice chat text. That way it's kind of fair, so I go in order. Yeah.
Yeah.
Around 60 bucks.
Voice text chat?
Voice chat text, yeah. Second channel from the bottom.
Gotcha.
This looks pretty decent. You know, it's you say 60 bucks equivalent? Yeah. My boy Try, I trust him. He's a good boy, so I'm gonna say follow him. Yeah. I mean, it looks like a pretty decent case. So yeah. I mean, I haven't seen any like professional reviews on this or anything, but it looks pretty decent. Thank you Haz for the follow. Okay. Topaz Labs also here. Yeah, thanks, dude. Cool, I got you. Okay. Looking for a hard drive or SSD just for a website. I don't want to spend more than $150, either looking for more storage or looking for a service PC just for running a website. That will be pretty much up and running all day. If anyone could help me out, that would be great. Okay, where is he streaming? I'm on Twitch and YouTube. I think if you click on my profile, it should say that. Micro Stealer. Would you prefer an SSD or a hard drive? And how much space do you need? Yeah, so if you need like 4 terabytes, you kind of have to go hard drive. There's no 4 terabyte SSDs under 150. What are the good BDI bin timings and speeds again? 3200 flat 14 is the most common. There's like 3600 flat 16, 4400 flat 19, 3600 flat 17, I believe, is also BDI. But I know Viper. Yeah, I would go by specific product and not necessarily by XMP rating. Teach me about RAM timings. Okay, later. In our private call, I'll teach you about RAM timings. It's inspired from H510. Well, clearly it's better because mesh front gang and comes with the fans. That's poggers. It's just for a website. Well, website hosting can need an SSD or it can be a hard drive. So you gotta give me a. I mean, how big are we talking? Like, how much data are you holding on this web server? The NZXT H510 Elite, the more expensive ones, can I fit a radiator and 3-fan GPU in it? 3-fan GPUs kind of vary in length. Let me see how much it supports.
I don't think you can. I'm talking about like the compact one.
The H1?
Yeah.
That doesn't have an Elite version. Are you sure it's the H1?
Wait, let me check real quick.
Because I don't think the H210 has an Elite version. Yeah, it doesn't.
H10? I don't know what the fuck it's called.
He said H10. Yeah, that could be really any of them. Would it be better if I got a new PC for hosting a website? Hosting a website is not that intensive. I mean, especially at the level that I assume you're doing it at. So it's probably fine. Or you could use like a remote host. BioNite and anyone else that's in this voice channel, just post your question whenever you want. You don't have to wait in line until I'm done. Just post your question in voice chat text and ping me, and when I get to it, I'll read it out.
The case is called, what's it called? The H510 Elite.
Okay, so yeah, that's pretty standard. Let's take a look at the H510 Elite and its length requirements. So H510 Elite, let's look at.
And you're like a whole fucking like computer, dude. You know everything. That's fucking dope.
So radiator, it says 2x140 or 2x120 front. So you can't fit a. It depends on the radiator. You can't fit a 360 in here, but you can fit like a 280 or a 240 in here. 3-fan GPU depends on the GPU. It looks like clearance wise, GPU can do 313.6. So that's pretty long. That's pretty good.
That's not including radiator though, right?
That's with the radiator. Yeah, 313 millimeters with the radiator. You can fit, and most GPUs fit under 313, so you should be okay. Also, obviously, we don't really recommend the H510 Elite, but if you're buying it because you really like how it looks, then not a big deal.
What do you recommend?
I mean, do you care a lot about aesthetics, or do you just want good airflow and good build quality?
Half and half.
Okay, I would take a look at the Metallic Gear Neo Air if you're in the US. It's about $60, comes with RGB fans, has a kind of mesh front, power supply shroud, tempered glass.
What's it called?
Pretty good stuff. Metallic Gear Neo Air.
Metallic Gear.
I also bought a monitor called the Acer QG221Q. Are you sure it's not KG?
That's a fucking sexy case, bro.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you like it.
It's a nice case.
Okay, apparently this does exist. Maybe it's like Europe only or something. Let's take a look.
That's a nice ass case, bro.
1080p 75 VA. Okay, so this is a pretty standard. This would be good for like a secondary monitor, but for a primary monitor, these days 144 Hz panels are so cheap that I would probably consider that instead. Yeah, I mean this would be good for a secondary. This very specific like 21.5 inch 1080p 75 VA FreeSync, very common configuration for the secondary monitors that we recommend. So Cry's an Indian. Oh, Try, are you Indian too? Sick, dude. All right. Why the fuck is there a 1939 3600 speed kit? Because RAM manufacturers are into cock and ball torture. That's why. What's the best site to try and get a Zen 3? I don't know. I seriously don't know. I don't know. Can you check out my message in text chat? I don't see a message in text chat. I'm not using a thing like Wix. It's going to be used using VS Code Studio. Yeah, honestly, you can go to a web dev Discord and ask them for help with like what you need in terms of hosting a website. And if they say, you know, you need an SSD that's this size or you need a hard drive that's this size, then come to me and I'll recommend something for you at that time. Okay?
Yo,
can you check out my list? Yeah, what's up, dude?
What's another good case I could do that's like in NZXT? Or none of them good airflow?
If you had to go NZXT, H510 is probably the most viable right now. So that's like $70. I have the Matrix. It's so good. Yeah, it's pretty cheap. Sorry, I missed what you said. Twitch was glitchy. Okay. I said for the monitor that you're looking at, the QG221Q, I would probably get that for a secondary monitor. But since 144 Hz monitors are so cheap, I would probably get a... yeah, I'd probably get a 144 Hz primary instead. But that's a good secondary monitor. I want a good, decent running gaming PC that I can play Call of Duty and CP2077 on, or any games that won't slow down the CPU. My budget is 1200 to 1500, blah, blah, blah. Okay, BioNite, I'm going to send you something and just read through it and let me know what you think. Hey, been chilling in VC for a while, just listening in, and I'm about to buy. Here's my final build. Why are you buying the day before Zen 3 comes out? Okay, alright. Let's take a look at the list. It's, I can't cram a 5600X into my budget. Yeah, but I'd still wait for the Black Friday sales. I don't think the 3600 is gonna be at 200 for the next while. And yeah, I just, now is not a good time to buy, just at all.
Yo, what other PC case would you recommend that has good airflow and that looks decent too?
What other ones would you recommend? If you're going Micro ATX MB311L, if you want to go a little bit above that in price, there's a lot of cases out there. Honestly, there's like LandCool 2 Mesh, NR600, 500DX from Be Quiet.
Corsair cases.
The 4000D is fine. It's fine. It's just okay. If I have a question that I want to ask you sometime in the coming weeks, can I shoot you a DM? Sure. Or I'm trying to stream every day. I know I wasn't streaming yesterday or the day before, but I just felt like we're kind of on the road leading up to a lot of builds happening. So, you know, it's mostly me telling people to wait, and like, you know, it's not that interesting. So I was like, I didn't really feel like streaming. But like today, it's the day before, you know, I'll stream. I suggested this build a few months ago to a friend. Let me take a look. Okay. I just realized people on YouTube can't see Twitch chat. That's rough. Is there a way for me to show Restream chat on the screen? That would be big. Okay. Whatever. We'll see what I can do.
You could put a chat overlay on your stream and it'll put it. You Streamlabs, you can put a chat overlay.
Yeah, I know about that, but I'm using Restream, so I don't know if Restream has a chat widget URL that I can use. I'll do some research on that later. Today's my first day doing both, so it's kind of weird. What about supply shortages? Anything predicted? Not yet, no. Besides the generic the supply shortage that's going on right now because of COVID. Have YouTube chat on one box and Twitch chat on the other, like Etika did? Okay. I think Restream has an API or something like that for making a chat box for both. So we'll see how that works. We'll see. Or wait, maybe I can big brain this. Hold on. Maybe I can make him, maybe I can humongous brain this. Hold on. Guys, I'm gonna try something. Plus window capture. Add existing, create new chat box. All right, I'm going to try something, guys. We're going to try it live. I don't know if it's going to work. Oh, fuck. It doesn't work. Unlucky. Hold on. What shortages are going on right now? Just COVID. Also, tariffs if you're in the US. Okay. What if I try, is there screen capture, like region capture? Display capture. Okay. Chat. Okay. Oh, that doesn't work. I don't know. This is kind of busted. I have no idea how to do it. I'll figure this out later off stream, honestly. I'm kind of distracting right now. Make your Chrome window small, then bring the chat window to the screen so we can see. So I was trying to figure that out just now. I might just do like just screen capture, but then there might be something on my screen that I don't want stream seeing in case like somebody sends me something weird. I don't know. I'm still new to this. This is still like my second month streaming, I think. What shortages? Or okay, no, I already read that. I'm stupid. Sorry. Okay. You think I can clutch some AP World homework due in an hour? I believe in you. I didn't take AP World. I only took AP US and AP Euro, but I believe in you. You can do it. Open your own stream, pop out the chat, then screen capture that window. GG. The thing is, my stream's on Restream, so that doesn't work. I do have a chat window, but it doesn't come up in the selection. So like, I don't know how to... Wait, embed in stream? Oh, I'm big brain. Hold on. I'm huge brain. I'm actually massive brain. 1 second.
Yo, I just fucking took a shit, bro.
Nice, dude. How do I pass biology? Carefully. I'm a dick. Hold on, I'm gonna figure out if I can add browser source, chat box. Okay.
Hey, bro, do you guys think that this laptop that I'm getting, it's $420? You think it'll run games good?
Wait, can you guys see that? Oh shit! Hold on, I got it to work, boys. Let's go.
You said what? Depends on the specs. That bitch got an i3.
Hold on. Chat box properties.
That's a thing.
I'm gonna make the width like 300.
I'm playing Fortnite, bro.
Okay.
It has an i3, bro, and it has a 1050.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna test this out. Hello.
Okay, I'm just. I don't.
Ooh.
I'm an expert, but yeah, I don't. Never mind. Actually, just
Yo, I got it to work. Let's go. I'm huge brain. I'm massive brain.
Somebody talking, bro.
Me.
Nah, some guy, bro. Talking about huge brain.
Yeah,
who
he knows more than me. You should ask him.
Oh,
no,
boy.
I'm not cool with that guy, bro.
I'm actually huge brain.
Oh. Yeah, me and that guy don't get along, bro.
All right, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Give me a second. I'm trying to get this to work properly. Reply commands, bot analytics. Okay, well, it doesn't look that good, but it's better than nothing. We'll have it there for now. That's actually pretty pog. That's actually pretty pog.
Most of you niggas got hit in the head. Oh.
All right. Is this normal for my CPU? Let me take a look. Yeah, that's normal. Don't worry about it. CPUs boost pretty aggressively, so nothing special about that.
So it's normal for it to do like up and down like constantly.
Yep. Depending on what's going on at the time. Okay, I'm gonna try to add chat box to this as well.
But I'm doing nothing though. It's doing this like every.
That's
split
normal.
second.
Don't worry about it. That's normal.
Okay.
Can I change this so it's like 200 width? Ooh, okay. Okay. Oh, I see. I like it. Okay, you know what? I'll take it. I think it's working. Bro, I'm struggling with artificial and natural selection. It's dumb. Go look up a YouTube video on it. Yeah. The gist is that artificial is when humans are involved, so it's not a pressure that would occur naturally. And artificial selection is like breeding, for example. Like when we breed for a specific trait, that's artificial selection. Or when humans create pollution, and then that changes, how certain animals are affected by predation. And then natural selection is just natural selection pressures, like naturally occurring events. So it's yeah, it's basically how it works. Ow, my neck. Why is Flare X 3200C14 a bad bin? Because G.Skill chose to make it that way. That's the reason. There's no other reason than that. That's just how it works. How do I recalibrate a laptop battery? What do you mean? I have no idea what you mean. Okay, chatbot is actually working. Big poggers. We're figuring out things as we go. This is amazing.
Well, to be fair, you got to cheat because they're using Streamlabs OBS. It's not that easy.
I'm not using Streamlabs now, not anymore. I'm using pure OBS now. I just started today.
They must have added some things then because that's a nice blue background you have set up for chat. That's
Oh no,
pretty,
that's from
pretty snazzy.
Restream. Yeah, I'm using Restream so I can stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah,
Well,
I kind of want to get rid of the
if
background
you
because I can't get rid of it.
if you use Streamlabs, it actually would look just like that, but it does it as a part of the program.
Yeah, no, I was using Streamlabs before, so I did have chat on screen. Yeah, and I was like, how do I get this to work properly? Yeah, well, pretty cool, pretty cool. All right, let's take a look back at Discord. Oh crap, that needs to be like over here.
I'm interested in Stites' response here. What does he mean by
By
recalibrating a battery?
What do you
That's
think
not
about
a
Zen
thing.
3? Reviews aren't out yet, so I think it will be interesting, but I don't know whether I can recommend it yet. We'll have to see. If I decide to stream my gaming escapades, how do I get started? Dude, don't ask me. I know literally nothing about streaming. I started like I'm still very new to this. So like, I don't know, go watch an Epis Fox video or something. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm only asking because Zen 3 pre-orders are on B&H. Yeah, I wouldn't pre-order it if I were you, especially given the prices and how high they are this time compared to normal. Like if the 5600X released at $200, I would have no problem telling people, yeah, it's almost definitely going to be worth buying because the 3600 is currently at $200 and it's a direct successor, but they priced it at 300 and that's a problem. So we shall see. Thank you Techno Knight for the follow. Yeah, I'm actually really happy with this. This is working pretty well. Should I make this bigger? I'll do it like that. I hope that's not blurry or anything.
I really don't think YouTube could give a, F, really, to be honest.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Your
opinion on this list? What list? I don't think you've posted a list. Dot the Ways, my bad. I didn't see that from like a long time ago. Okay, let me take a look at what you've sent to me here. Dot the Ways. Hey, do you think you could give me some recommendations on a motherboard or any other parts? My budget is 1300 Canadian. Dot the Ways. Hold on. Can I tag you still? Dot the Ways. Ah, there we go. Okay. Yeah. I just want you to read over that, Mr. Dot the Ways. I know that's a really long chat message, but yeah, please read over that. All right, cool. Oh, that is huge. Oh my. Okay. Did you listen to the new Ari album? No, but I will go make an effort to do that sometime in the near future. I'm hyped. I'm pretty hyped. Ow. 7 Rings was pretty spice, so. $34 plus $35, man. I'm not falling into that trap again. I'm not. Is the 3080 good to pick up? I mean, it's a good GPU, but it's obviously very difficult to find right now, and AMD is about to release their competing product with that GPU, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see whether it's going to be worth buying over like the 6800 XT or something like that. But we'll take a look. Thank you for your service. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Like, how fucked up is my laptop battery, really? Damn.
So for the CPU, which one is good to go with, AMD or Intel?
I don't know which one is more worth it right now. We have to wait for benchmarks. If the 5600X ends up overperforming compared to, the 10600K, easily AMD is going to completely dominate the CPU market. And that also depends on how much the 3600 and other Ryzen 3000 CPUs go down in price as well. So lots of factors kind of at play here. And I can't really give you a solid answer until at least tomorrow. Because tomorrow there should be benchmarks and reviews.
I thought Ryzen 3 came out already. back in August.
Yeah, Ryzen 3000 is already out, but there's a high chance that prices will change because of Black Friday and because of a new CPU generation launch.
Okay.
Alrighty. Cool. So Dot the Ways, let me know if you have any questions about that. I don't know if that tagged you properly because I'm typing through Restream, but yeah. Okie dokie.
Well, I'm gonna show you my PC setup on PC Park because I don't know. I wanted to go Intel, but I wasn't knowing if the CPU I have will be a fast performance with it.
Do you know the best site to buy Zen 3? As I said earlier, I do not. I do not.
No, I don't. No, I don't care about this Zen 3 right now because I can upgrade as we like keep going, you know. But as right now, I just want something for. Oops! I accidentally tagged myself.
I actually do have a question. What should I get if my budget is $2,000? Only thing is I would like an AIO cooler and an NVIDIA 30 series. If your budget is $2,000, you can certainly afford the new Ryzen processors and the new AMD GPUs. So I would at least wait for those and see how they turn out. If they turn out badly, then, you know, Intel and NVIDIA for that budget. But we'll have to see how they go. We'll have to see how the cookie crumbles. Bionet, your list is empty, so it's probably private. So yeah,
I'm sorry.
You gotta fix that.
Yeah, let me fix it right now. Oh, I don't know why it does that. It's weird.
All right.
Let's
see. What's up?
Will you 23 plus 46?
No. Oops, I did not mean to do that. I just realized that guy was told to come back, which is what I would have told him to do.
All right, here's
okay.
Here's some updates.
Oh boy, this guy's going for it too.
There we
He's
go.
going for it too. Alrighty. Thank you, Boom V2, for the follow.
I'm surprised you got my name correctly because people, when they see my name, they be like, "What the heck, Bionitini?" I'm like, "What the heck?"
Oh, okay. This list is very strange. I have not seen it. This list looks like it was made like 2 years ago. Like this list would have been appropriate 2 years ago.
So 2098, yeah.
Who made this? Like this looks like a list from 2 years ago. Like down to the meta and everything. Like I recognize some of these parts from an earlier build a PC meta. Like
you can't see the.
Oh my god.
What a strange list.
Aegis, do you know if like a Cat 8 Ethernet cable is faster, or not faster, but like will get me better ping in games than a Cat 6 one? It won't.
Yep. Cat 6 is Cat 6 or 6A is as high as a regular consumer should go for home wiring. Yep. If you want a good place to buy, you can buy off like Monoprice or Amazon.
Cat 8 one just because it's like 40 gigabytes.
Yeah, but you're not transmitting that amount of speed, and you're definitely not getting that amount of speed from your ISP anyways. So the only time that would be relevant is like local networks, and even then, I don't think you have storage that's gonna get anywhere close to driving that. So.
Hey, Ages, do you use
Wait, is it Cat 6E, Cat 6, or Cat 6A?
6 or 6A is typically around what you should be getting. Is 6E a thing? I thought Cat 5E was a thing, but I didn't know 6E was a thing. I gotta look this shit up. Cat 6E.
I just don't know the difference.
Category 6 cable.
One is stranded, one solid copper core.
Oh, okay. Cool.
How does that affect like its speed?
I'll get you another one.
Oh, however, Cat 6E
in your
is
house wiring, you'll typically have solid copper core, and in your wiring between devices, you'll have stranded.
Okay, that's
So
why
it's just Cat 6.
That's why I haven't seen it. Apparently, Cat 6E is not actually an official standard. It's just a manufacturer kind of marketing thing.
Cat 6 is usually the unanimous choice.
Yeah, it's
name.
6/6A. That's the stuff. Okay, cool. Makes sense. Now I know.
You're
I
going
learned
Cat
today.
5E. Is what
just go for.
Yeah, I mean Cat 5e is acceptable too. Yeah. You could even go lower than that, but generally it's not cheaper, so there's no reason why you should.
Well, I should just go for like this Amazon Basics one.
That's fine.
For like
Yep.
$7. Is
That
that a
should be
good
fine.
idea? Or?
Yep.
I've got a whole drawer full of those. Yes.
Yeah, Ethernet cable quality is one of the last concerns when it comes to
All right, I'm ordering it.
improving your gaming experience. Yeah, so I hope that clears things up for you, Techno Knight. Bio Knight, let me look at your list here. So, if you want, I can talk about why this list is really strange, or I would suggest coming back in like 2 weeks, and I'll just make you a brand new list then from scratch.
No, you can tell me now because I feel like it's because I'm trying to actually scrolling through like Google and trying to look up ideas, and then that's where I found it. So I don't know. I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah, well,
I'm not too well on PCs like that, but
I got you. So, now is not a really good time to be buying PC parts. In fact, tomorrow there's new parts coming out. So, I would probably come back in like 2 weeks if you can afford to do that. Like, if you have a system right now that's not dying, or you don't have any like mission critical work that you need to finish ASAP, and even if you did, you'd have to wait for parts anyways. I would probably come back in like 2 or so weeks. Is that cool with you?
That's perfect.
All right, great. So I'll see you in 2 weeks. But if you have any other like just general kind of PC questions, feel free to ask, and we can try to help you out with that.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
All right, cool. Good stuff. All right. Switch back to Discord. That is a thick rectangle. Oh man. Is there anybody else in here that okay, all right, we're good.
Nope, it's just you.
Yeah, no, I was looking if there was anybody new in here that I'd called in here, but no, it's all people from before, so we're good. I wonder when NDA is going to lift tomorrow. I hope it's not directly at 9 a.m. Eastern. Because I'm going to be late to the punch, and it's also going to be weird.
I have a question.
What's up, dude?
Can you typing? Like,
Can you
words
what?
per minute? How fast are you typing? Jesus.
Oh, if you're seeing me type really fast, that's actually a macro. So, yeah, if you're seeing me type inhumanly fast, like the same thing, inviting people to voice, that's a macro. I do type kind of fast, but I don't type that fast. That's like 300 plus words per minute. I don't type that fast. What's better, 2080 Ti or 3070? I mean, they perform very similar. Like, for being high-end GPUs, they perform like eerily similar. So, in gaming, just on average, they're the same. But if you care about like ray tracing and stuff like that, I'd say the 3070 would be the better bet. Typically, that 11 gigs of VRAM doesn't really come into play when it comes to consumer considerations for GPUs. So, yeah, I'm gonna say 3070. Plus, it's newer too. So it's like, if you're getting a 2080 Ti for 500, it's gonna be a used card. There's no doubt about that. So, yeah, there you go.
Can you check out my peripherals? I don't know.
What's up, Frozen Pop Tart? If you have a question, Frozen Pop Tart, and I pulled you into this channel, please type it in voice chat text. Is streaming on Navi encoder really that bad? No, it's not. It depends on which Navi encoder we're talking about, but even VCE like 2.0 was fine. So I'm talking like Polaris cards even, or even pre-Polaris, so like Arctic Islands. Even those cards were like fine in terms of streaming. Now, I'm just talking in bitrate normalized quality. If we talk about like resource intensity, I guess, resource usage, you do get a decent hit in gaming. Whereas NVENC has kind of made that a little bit better. How can one suck at Minecraft? I don't know, a ton of people suck at Minecraft, I guess. Then Drowned, find a way to pull up. Download not enough items, press F7, find your dark spots. Is this a good option for a $500 to $600 build? No. You're spending B5. I wouldn't get a B550 board on a $500 to $600 budget at all. Doesn't make sense. Any chance, do you know if the O11 is a good PC case in airflow? It depends on which O11 we're talking about. Obviously O11 Dynamic is going to be worse airflow than O11 Air, but I mean, in a lot of the, like, I'm assuming you're talking about the O11 Dynamic, the case that everyone talks about. You're going to water cool in that case, and so airflow is less of a concern if you have an AIO that's just straight exhaust. That's what most people do on that, so yeah. It's good enough. Like temperatures, you know, we care about airflow because we care about temperatures and not the other way around. So, you know, if your temperatures are good and the airflow is bad, then it's like, whatever. Should I sell my amp and buy an SF? Well, depends. If I get this case from China and it ends up being shit, then I don't know. Maybe you'll end up buying a Form T1 and I'll end up crying. We'll see how it goes. What's Going On or the Troubleman album? I haven't listened to the entirety of either. I've listened to like the popular songs off both, but I haven't listened to either in their entirety, so I can't speak on that. What PC spec should I get for 1500 US? For 1500 US, I would probably get 10600K plus 3080 because that squeezes right in 1500 US, and that's why I kind of tend to say 1500 is as much as you should spend on a gaming build typically. But I don't know if the 5600X is going to be better. So I would wait maybe 2 or so weeks and look at the benchmarks for the new AMD and AMD CPUs and GPUs. That's what I meant to say. Okay. I can't do a BIOS update for B450 boards. It's just way too much money. I'm getting a board that works out of the box for around the same price. Pretty much every mainstream B450 board should be updated for Ryzen 3000 at this point, so that's not a concern. I would save your money and go for a B450 board that is cheaper, which undoubtedly there are going to be B450 boards that are cheaper. So, yeah. 31520 Because the Internet or Awaken My Love. Awaken My Love better than Because the Internet, better than 31520, in that order. Could you check this out? You want to watch an entire YouTube video? Oh my god. Why?
Coming up on the Rogue Tech Gaming channel. i7 7700K. 4 cores. 8 threads. With a 10 series graphics card. 1440p. Very high detail.
Very high detail.
Ghost Recon Wildlands.
What?
Runs amazing.
Okay.
Spoiler. You know why? Because that game was developed in a time when 4 cores were normal.
Yeah.
Okay, what's... Oh, I'm confused.
On the stream.
What's he saying?
And if that's what you're doing, you don't need Zen 3, you don't need i9, you don't need Ryzen 9. The number of people who are just itching to buy a 6-core freaking CPU.
Okay, so that's a fucking clickbait ass title, and I dislike it. I think it's disingenuous, but strictly speaking, he's not wrong. Like, there are very few games out there right now where something like a let me think of a real example. Where something like a Okay. There are very few games out there where something like a 10600K like handily outperforms a 10350K, but you have to account for the fact that benchmarks are run with 0 background tasks. So that's one. And number 2 is that having less cores and threads, typically benchmarks only look at averages. Having less cores and threads can significantly affect frame time consistency. And you do see that in comparisons between, CPUs like the 10350K and 10600K. So while if you have a 7700K, like he does mention, that's such an outlier because a 7700K is like one of the best quad-core CPUs for gaming to ever exist, period, for obvious reasons. So it's like him taking that CPU and saying, hey, look, it's really good for gaming is kind of disingenuous because not everybody has a 7700K, and that was literally the best CPU at the time for gaming. During 7th gen, it was the top of the stack. So like, if you have a 7700K, he's right. Yeah, don't upgrade. There's nothing on DDR4 that's significantly better than a 7700K in the vast majority of gaming use cases, especially at high resolution, especially at high settings. But I wouldn't say don't buy a 6-core CPU in 2020, right? That doesn't sit well with me. Yeah, that doesn't sit well with me. So does that mean that you should get an old FX CPU over? Okay, but then you bring up architecture. Like, if you want to say don't buy a 6-core CPU in 2020, you have to be very specific about the conditions that apply to that statement. Because saying that and putting that in a YouTube title is going to mislead a lot of people and make them think that just, yeah, they're not gonna prioritize certain things that I think they should. Does 32 gigs of RAM really make a difference in your PC? I don't know. These are just dumb clickbaity YouTube videos. I don't really like them. Buy a 6-core CPU in 2020. There you go. Yeah. It's just, yeah, basically it. This guy supports Thunder Predator. His opinions are irrelevant. What's a Thunder Predator? Is that a person? Is that a thing? Is that an organization? Esports org. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who that is. So, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. Right now, I have an old computer that can't even run one Chrome tab, so most of my work is on mobile. Unlucky. Unfortunate. But yeah, honestly, I think the tech deal / bite-sized tech, like that dude, he seems like a nice guy, but what he's doing is far less in-depth than Gamers Nexus, and I don't think he makes it any significantly more accessible in exchange for that, you know? Like, there are better alternatives to that guy. Then again, I take him over like a Bitwit any day, obviously. At least he somewhat knows what he's talking about, so like, I don't have a problem with that.
Probably does, he just doesn't want to go, you know.
Who are we flaming? We're not flaming anyone. Some guy just sent me a you know, the tech deals dude. He made a YouTube video called "Don't Buy a 6-core CPU in 2020." I have a problem with that, but I'm sure he's a nice guy. What about Ryzen 3 3100 plus 1060? If the 1060 is cheaper than, say, like the 1066 gig, if it's cheaper than like the 580 and 1650 Super in your country, then go for it. Sure. 3100 is conditional. If 3100 plus suitable B450 motherboard is cheaper than 10100 plus suitable B460 motherboard, then go for whatever's cheaper between those two combinations. Bitwit is my favorite tech YouTuber according to me. Okay, Bitwit is like entertainment for a younger tech interested audience. But if you actually care about like quality information and research pieces, not Bitwit. Anyways, what are some good case fans to buy, preferably with those FPS boosters RGB? If you want RGB case fans, yeah, if you want just an easy buy for RGB case fans, Deepcool has the CF and RF series on Amazon. You can get like 5 for like $50, or I think 3 for $30. So pretty good price, and pretty readily available as well. If you live in certain areas, there are better RGB case fan options, but that's like my blanket recommendation because it's just available everywhere and it's pretty cheap everywhere. Who should I watch on YouTube in relation to PC news? If you require getting your news through video format, Hardware Unboxed and Gamers Nexus are pretty good. Hardware Unboxed has a decent like Q&A kind of thing, which kind of doubles as a news segment, and Gamers Nexus has their hardware news segments, obviously, so they're pretty good. Hola, Aegis, 4 more days and I'm gonna bother you so much about my build. 4 more days? Okay. I mean, I prefer longer than that. I said mid-November. I'm not changing from that. Nothing has made me think I should change from that, because new GPUs are what? November 18th? So, like, 20th-ish would be a good time to start hammering it down. I updated things. I'm not sure if my RAM is worth it though. Okay, let's take a look at your list. This is not a very good list. Yeah, it's not a very good list. I would say out of everything here, your mouse choice is the best choice here. Out of everything here, every single part on this list, I don't like for some Yeah, for some reason or another. But the mouse is a good choice. Which is weird, but everything else I think should be changed. We need Aegis certified tech tuber tier list. No, that's conceded. What computer specs did you say to get again? If you had to buy now, it'd be 10600K and 3080. If you're willing to wait, I don't know. Maybe it'll be 5600X plus 6800 XT or 5600X plus 3080. We'll see how things go. What's your dream keyboard? I don't think I have a dream keyboard, honestly, because I don't know everything that's out there. I've been out of the keyboard game for a while. Like, I only know enough for like consumer recommendations. So, I don't know any of like the crazy shit that a lot of the peripherals people do. G502 gang? Yeah, okay, sure. 2017 called it wants its mouse meta back. I was the one who asked whether I needed case fans for my build list. Let me take a look. That is a very questionable list that I hope you have not bought already. And no, you don't need case fans for your list. In fact, they would do very little for your list. Like, nothing. You have an H510. Adding front fans to an H510 does almost nothing. Why is it bad? I've asked many people and they said it was a good build. Okay. Not everybody, I don't know how to put this in a modest way. The thing is, you can ask a lot of people and, you know, they might not all have the same access to the same information. So, you know, they might think it's good based on what they've heard from other people, but it might not actually be good. That's all I'll say. Could you give me details about what is very bad and what I should change? Sure, we can talk about that. Tomahawk Max should be dropped. There's like a B450M Pro 4 that's like $65 right now, which is an insane deal. It's like half the price, and you'll be just as happy. 3600 161919 for $80 is garbage. There's straight up a Ballistics RGB kit that is nicer looking, overclocks much better, has a better XMP if you don't even want to overclock, and is the same price. So that's completely out of the question. P1 is not worth 54 per 500 gigs. There's a P2 at the same price. If you had to get a 3070, I wouldn't pick Founders. Like, I'm not against it, but I still wouldn't pick Founders. It's not like an Avoid. It's just the worst one out of all of them. It's not bad, though. It's acceptable. P400A digital is a good case, but there's cheaper cases that look pretty similar and have good build quality and come with RGB fans. So unless you're really stuck on that for some reason, I would change that as well. G3 is not a relevant power supply these days, even if that's pretty good price considering what it's normally priced at. There's better power supplies at the same cost. And Viper Mini, if you have small to medium-ish size hands, good mouse. All I have to say about that. Can you give high-end gaming list that I'm going to post on Bapo Reddit and see what they say? I would strongly suggest not doing that, okay? I get the urge to, like, you know, go into a community that you think is dumb and then, like, you know, try and, like, trick them into giving you bad advice or whatever, but, like, don't do it. Plus, you're giving the mods here more work if they have to deal with that, so don't do that. Most of the lower-end DRAM-less NVMe SSDs use HMB, right? Yes, almost any NVMe drive uses HMB. That's DRAM-less. That was introduced in NVMe 1.2, so that was in 2017, I think, and there were basically no DRAM-less NVMe drives before that. So outside of like the SN550 or the SN5 series, everything uses HMB. You can just assume it does in some capacity. What cases would fit the $1,500 budget? Anything that's like around $60 to $80 fit in that budget. So you have a lot of free reign there. That's like a lot of good cases in that price range. I heard from some guy on another tech Discord where hard drives with higher terabytes get exponentially slower as you fill them. Is that true? All storage, especially consumer-oriented storage, gets slower when you fill them because they all rely on some sort of caching so that they can have like a, I don't know, a shorter period of time where the drive is faster because consumer workloads are, for storage especially, are typically kind of bursty. They're over a short period of time. So consumers don't value consistent performance as much as they do higher like peak performance, or at least for marketing purposes, that is the case. So that applies to hard drives and SSDs, both of them. So I would say that's not true. It's not necessarily higher size terabytes that relates to that. It's not like a 1 terabyte drive won't slow down as you fill it up compared to like an 8 terabyte drive. That doesn't make sense to me. In fact, if you had to really nitpick that statement, drives that are very large, like 8 terabytes and larger, are much more likely to be CMR, and that's going to result in much more consistent performance, especially if we're comparing to like DMSMR drives. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that. That's that's not true. It's partially true. Like all hard drives, all consumer hard drives will suffer from that problem. The 3070 is the only one I found, but I'm planning on getting the Zotac 3070. Okay, that's fine. I don't really have a problem with the Zotac. The 2070 Super is a placeholder. I got it for 700 and will step up to 3070 once it's available. Okay, good choice. Can you sell me some of the main/bigger things I can improve? Okay, I'll look at your list. Also, hold on, let me read Twitch chat. Would you be happy to build me a 3070 system from a price list and according to my budget? Sure, but not now. Now is not a good time to buy, so later. CrimeWire, for gaming and other uses when relevant, would it be a downgrade to go from an 8-core 16-thread to 6-core 12-thread? Typically, no. And in what scenarios would 8-core 16-thread be superior to a 6-core? In scenarios where you have an application that uses more than 6 cores and 12 threads effectively, as in not gaming. So rendering, for example, like you're doing Cinema 4D and you're relying on your CPU to do that rendering for you. Rendering is incredibly well parallelized. So an 8-core 16-thread processor would be superior there. But given how cheap 12-core processors are, if you have a perfectly parallel task, I'd probably go for a 12-core, just thanks to AMD bringing 12 cores to the mainstream. So like a 3900X or a 5900X. And typically, if you're doing that type of work, you have the budget to fit that anyways. Do you like the G502 more or the Death Adder? Are we talking original G502 versus original Death Adder? Or, because both of those mice have like 500 variants. Normal versus ultra-wide monitors? It really depends on the person. If you're playing like simulator type games, like flight simulator, driving simulators, like Dirt and FS 2020, then ultra-wides, anecdotally can give you a better and more immersive experience. But if you're playing games that don't support ultra-wides, I don't really see the purpose. I mean, I guess you have more screen real estate, but like just get a 4K monitor then. Like most people don't have a use case outside of, I guess, gaming or consuming that sort of content, where it's like, yes, I need more screen real estate, but only in relation to aspect ratio and not just total resolution. So, okay. Plus 4K ultra wides are like, basically don't exist for consumer. Okay. Let me read past here. I heard from some guy, I read that already. Rolling down. What was the motherboard called again? For what? If a hard drive of any variety hits 15% or less, it's going to be dog shit, and if Windows gets too low, you can brick Windows.
That was a response to your conversation.
Oh,
earlier.
right. Yeah.
Chat's a little behind you.
Yeah, I'm scrolling down. I'll get there. What's wrong with the 3800X? Okay, yeah, Devil Shadow, I'll talk about your list. Also, Aegis, when would the Black Friday prices start kicking in? They've already started kicking in. They started 3 days ago. Like I said, beginning of November, that's when the sales start. They don't ramp up for a while though. Like we've seen some really good sales. Like for example, that ViewSonic monitor, the 1440p 144 IPS panel for like under 200. That's insane. But you're not going to get a lot of these sales that are really, really great. Maybe for 1 or 2 weeks. Have you seen the Spectra C100? It's okay. Yeah, I've built in some similar Roswell cases before, and they're just okay. I don't think they're good. Like if you need fans for that price, it's pretty cheap. But MB311L and Neo Air and P360 are like literally just above that price point. It's like cases like. It's weird because cheaper cases haven't gotten better. Like when I say cheap, under 50, those cases typically haven't gotten better. But like mid-range cases have just squished down everything. Like typically, if you wanted good RGB fans, good airflow, mesh front, good build quality, tempered glass, good IO, and power supply shroud, all of those things together, you would need to pay like $100 or more. But that segment of all of those things combined has been pushed all the way down to $60. And that's making cheaper cases look less appetizing, let's say. Could you also help me build a 3070 build mid-November? Yeah, sure. Okay. What about the Techwear Forge M? Is that a keyboard or a case? Is that a case? Techwear makes cases? It's a case? Okay, I've never heard of that case. I will look at it later, maybe. Help me with 3070. Yeah, don't worry, you can DM me. I'm up there. What RAM speed to get for 10600K? For 10600K, if you're willing to manually overclock your RAM, I would look at a Rev E or B-Die kit. So that would be like a Ballistics 3200C16, 3000C15, 3600C16 kit, or a B-Die kit, which we can help you choose because that is a little bit more specific than what I just listed. So if you're not willing to manually overclock, then, 3200C16, whatever. Okay, but if you're going Intel, you're already kind of, squeezing performance out of your build. You're already that type of person because otherwise you'd be going AMD, like a 3600 or something. So it makes sense to be overclocking your memory at least a little bit. I shill the non-RGB one for 40 pounds. Oh, that looks pretty good, actually. It looks like a Meshify C, like, direct ripoff, but looks pretty good. Yeah. So 16 gigs or 32 gigs? If you're gaming, 16 gigs. And it's like hands down 16 gigs, because if you need more, you have the option. You have, like, you shouldn't be buying a board with 2 DIMMs unless you're going ITX, and most people are not. So that is fine. Not a big deal. Okay. Ay, people pre-ordering and then planning on returning. Unlucky. All right, I'm gonna kidnap some more people and force them into this channel. Very nice.
Imagine taking that out of context.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's enough for now. H500 good case. Which one? CM or NZXT? I'm assuming NZXT, but how are you finding an H500?
Cooler,
okay.
man.
Oh yeah, that's a good case. I mean, it's less appealing because Landcool 215 exists now, but it's still a good case. Like in a bubble, it's good. PS15 or Farah R1, I consider them basically equivalent. Take whatever you want. I might have a slight leaning towards the Farah R1, but they're both basically equivalent. Forgot about my list. My bad. I will look at your list. 1 second. Let me switch to Firefox here. Okay. So let's talk about your list. I'll just breeze through this really quickly. So 3700X over 3800X, basically the same CPU, but one costs way more. 212 Evo should be dropped from this list. Either use Prism, which is a sufficient stock cooler, comes with the 3700X, or get a different air cooler, because the 212 Evo has not been relevant for like over half a decade. TUF X570 Plus, people frequently overspend very heavily on motherboards for zero noticeable gain. So you could get a motherboard that's like less than half this cost and be just as happy. You wouldn't notice a thing. RAM is slightly overpriced, but not too much of a big deal. SN750, 500 gigs for $95 is not acceptable, even in Canada for a consumer build. 500 plus 2 terabytes is fine for your storage configuration, assuming you need about that much space. If you don't really know how much space you need, I would start with a 1 terabyte SSD instead, and then if you need more, add on top of that. 2070 Super we discussed already. I think I'm okay with that, given you're stepping up. H510 is not an ideal case, so unless you're picking it for purely aesthetic reasons, I would change that. And RM750 for 155 is actually not bad, but there are definitely cheaper power supplies that are equivalent in quality. And that's basically it. Why is the P400A a bad case? It's not a bad case. It's just not as relevant anymore. P400A was a very important case. You know, it brought kind of RGB fans and mesh to a much cheaper price, but there was like just a landslide of other cases that were cheaper than that following it that are cheaper and have the same, I just repeated myself, but they have the same feature set and are cheaper. So they just make it less appealing. What's a good cooler for the CPU? Depends on how much you want to overclock it. I mean, for most people who are going to like 5 all-core, I'd say like an SE224 XT from ID Cooling is pretty good. And it comes in black and white, and also normal colored. So, you know, lots of options. I would say Fuma 2. Fuma 2 is not necessary for a 10600K. I mean, I'm not gonna blame you if you go for it, but it's not necessary. Aesthetically, the H510 or the Razer Tomahawk, I couldn't really care less because they both look pretty similar. They're just blocks. But it's epic. Okay, that's fair. I can't argue with that logic. What cases would you recommend with mesh and RGB fans? So there's 2 cases that are like the cases to beat right now. Those are the MB311L. So this dude right here. Right? It's a micro ATX case, and it comes with 2 RGB fans that are addressable, good build quality, has everything you kind of look for in a case, except for the snap-off slots, but who cares, whatever. Pretty good case. That's for micro ATX. If you're ATX, then it's the Neo Air. These are both $60 cases. So, good stuff. Also comes with ARGB fans and a shroud and everything you really look for in a case. So, both of these cases are my starting points for recommendations because they have great build quality. They have everything one could really look for in a case. If you have aesthetic preferences that are separate from these cases, then you go up in price from here. But this is a really good starting point. Can you write that cooler in chat, lol? Yes. What case is going to toast my video card to a solid golden brown the best? That's a tough one, actually. I don't know. BitPhoenix Enso, the original one, not the mesh one. That's not a bad contender. Yeah, I think that would be a good choice. Or Q500L. Q500L would do that quite well as well. Can I turn a PC into an oven? I don't know, probably. What else did he write? Neo Air isn't available in Canada right now, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I'm pretty sure this guy's US. Thoughts on the Neo Cube? I've heard of that case, but I have not looked into it, so I will look into it now. Metallic Gear Neo Cube. Oh, isn't this the O11 dynamic ripoff? Yeah, it is. Okay. Honestly, with a case like this, I'm sure the build quality is up to par, but with cases like this, you need someone to actually review it to comment on it. I think TechPower might have a review on this. Do they? Neo Cube? No, they don't. Okay. Because cases like these at this price point will have build quality and everything that you expect from like a bare bones case, but then the issues will be layout, or they'll be with like front panel or something like that. So that's something you can only really glimpse out of a review, like a professional review. So I don't know. I've never built in the Neo Cube. Yeah. I'm sure it's okay at least. Yeah, budget. Like everyone's making their own O11D ripoff now. Why does the ROG Helios suck? I don't know. Because Asus didn't make it properly. I don't know how to answer that question. Okay. Riley the Fish. I'm just in channel 2. Yeah, Riley, if you have a question, post it. Yeah, if I invited you in here, post your question in voice chat text and I will try to answer it. Is there anything wrong with my build for it be getting 110 frames? Okay, this is a troubleshooting question. I will send you to the troubleshooting channel. But I'll look at your list briefly. You have an 8700K and a 3070. Yeah, no, that should be destroying every game on this planet. So there must be some sort of other issue. Your hardware is not the problem. Do you think a $200 PC would give me 600 FPS in Fortnite? No. I don't know. If you played at 480p, maybe. Actually, no. $200 is not going to get you like... Yeah, no. I'm going to say a solid no on that one, my guy. Okay. What is wrong with my summary? It's like not working properly. Oh, thanks Riley for the follow. Okay. I have no idea what's going on with this. Huh. Whatever. What 1 terabyte SSD should I be looking for? Right now the Crucial P2 is like $95 per terabyte, and it's a pretty decent option, so that. You could go for like the Intel 665p. I think that's like $80 per terabyte on Newegg as well. 2700X versus 3600. Yes, the age-old question. 3600 for most cases. I'm new to PCs and don't know a lot, but would this be good for Minecraft? If so, how much FPS? Almost any modern PC is quote unquote good for Minecraft, but I can take a look. I mean, even if it is, we can probably change some things about it. Sure, that will no doubt destroy Minecraft. It's a 3600 and a 2060 Super, but you definitely the list itself is not very good. Like the hardware 3600 2060 Super on its own, no doubt will destroy Minecraft, but the list itself is not very good. Also, please read what I'm about to send you. Not every modern PC once you start using shaders. Yeah, but most people don't use shaders. So, yeah. What was the case you said other than the Neo Cube? The O11 Dynamic? That's the original one that everybody's ripping off. Will this get the 3080 Fe to a golden brown or will it burn it? I think a nice golden brown. I think a nice golden brown. What is a good price 500 gig SSD? The Crucial P2. The Crucial P2. It's like 45 or something for 500 gigs. Off Newegg, I think. Okay, there we go. Would you ever recommend Cascade Lake in 2020? You mean Cascade Lake X? That Cascade Lake? Yeah? Okay. Good question. Hold on. Let me just read this here. That would be which Xeons? 10980XE is not Cascade Lake, right? Hold on. 10980XE. That's Cascade Lake? I don't remember, honestly. I'm gonna go look it up. Yeah, that is Cascade Lake. It depends on prices and what the person needs. Like if you need AVX 512 support, you kind of have to go Cascade Lake. But yeah, I would probably wait around because apparently Rocket Lake is going to bring AVX 512 to consumer, so we'll see how that works. I don't know if it's like split dual AVX 256 or if it's pure AVX 512, but we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Do AMD cards have bad drivers? Sometimes. More recently, certainly more often than Nvidia does. But again, that's not a definitive statement about the upcoming cards. Yes, what are the Thunderbolt 3 connectors for? For Thunderbolt 3 devices? I don't understand the question. Thank you to whoever just followed. I don't have a dashboard on OBS. It doesn't like tell you. I don't know who just followed, but thank you. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, hold on. Let me add this. There. Now the bottom of the screen doesn't look so ugly. There we go. All right. What do you use Thunderbolt 3 for? Thunderbolt 3 is for anything that wants power and a lot of bandwidth over a single cable connection. That's kind of the stated goal of Thunderbolt 3. So it could be for an interface, like audio-wise. It can be for like a portable monitor, like Vector has said. There's a lot of Thunderbolt 3 hubs out there. You can use it for an eGPU. Yeah, it's like anything that needs a lot of bandwidth, but can only use a single port. And can't use PCI lanes. So laptops, good for laptops. Yeah. Cool. I'm going to try to overclock my CPU once I get my liquid cooler. Is it just that Warzone is poorly optimized? Why I'm getting 110 frames on my 3070? You said you were playing at like low settings or something, so that's probably your CPU actually, but I think there's another problem here. An 8700K at stock should be getting more than 110 frames in Warzone at low settings, regardless of whether or not you have a 3070. What could I change with my list? I can go over your list if you want, but I would probably suggest coming back in like 2 weeks because there's a bunch of new parts and like sales coming out. So could you finish my list, lol? Okay, same with you. Same with you. I would come back in like 2 weeks. Now, your list might remain the same in 2 weeks, but there's a very high chance that it's not going to be the same in 2 weeks. So like you feel free to make as many lists as you want, but like it's kind of a waste of time, really, because you're going to end up in the same place. 1440p 144 versus 1080p 240. Games are 50% Twitch titles, 50% big titles. So it's kind of 50-50 on use case too. It's up to you. It's up to you. It's really up to you. I think most people would go 1440p 144, but I would try both. If you have access to like a Micro Center or Best Buy or something similar, go try both, honestly. That is strictly personal preference. There is no like one is better than the other. Do you use XLR or USB? I'm not a plebeian, so I use XLR. I'm mostly kidding, but if you want a high-end mic setup, you should be going XLR. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Video for what kind of power supply should I get putting in a 3080 or 6800 XT? You should get with that setup like 750 watt would be a good bet. Something like a GF1, RMX, RM, Whisper M, Revolution DF, Focus GX. Those would all be pretty decent options. No, Aegis, you're cool. Am I too loud? Like I've completely redone my audio setup because of OBS, so I don't know if I'm ear raping everyone. Have I been ear raping everyone this whole time?
You're fine.
Okay, cool. I did set up the noise gate and everything and like the compressor. Wow, Trip, you were trolling me? Okay. Real funny, pal. Real funny. Hold on. Ooh, there's a fan debate going on in Build Hell Blue right now. Oh boy. Oh, never mind. It's kind of boring. It's already over. But Silicon VGC said the RM was bad. How is the RM bad? In what world is the Corsair RM 2019 a bad power supply? In literally any sense. I can't think of a perspective that would cause you to think that. You just got smoked and roasted and you loved it? Oh my god. Bro, why are you named Big Jolly Cucumber? I was supposed to warn that guy for ping. He just ping spammed me in like 4 different channels. IDK man? What'd he say? Don't get Corsair RM? I mean, he might be saying that in the context of like, there are better power supplies that are cheaper than the Corsair RM, in which case I would agree. But if he's saying just don't get Corsair RM unconditionally, that's kind of a question mark. Yeah, that's a head scratcher from me. What do you think about ray tracing? I think it's the future of video game rendering, at least like real-time ray tracing or whatever. But it's still kind of a gimmick for most people. Yeah. See, the thing is, a lot of people think the benefit of ray tracing is that like things are going to look better, but software tricks on raster have gotten so good over the last however many years that it's not that distinguishable from ray tracing. People are right about that. But ray tracing will be computationally less expensive, both from a development perspective and from a hardware perspective, once implemented properly, both on a hardware and software level. So that's actually why it's easier to code for ray tracing in mind rather than doing raster and then having a lot of kind of software tricks for calculating what light looks like, what ambient occlusion looks like. what global illumination looks like, etc. So that's kind of the real benefit that a lot of people don't think. Like Nvidia's kind of pushed this RTX on, RTX off narrative where it's like, you know, you're expecting things to look so much better and so much more realistic, but like realistically, modern game engines already look pretty fucking good. So there's not too much room to improve. But yeah, I hope you kind of understand that. It's just a more computationally efficient way of calculating the way a scene should be rendered. But I have scans of this dude recommending TXM. All right, that's it. We're gonna have to ban him. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I mean, Silicon will do what Silicon will do. That's just how it is. Okay, what's going on in tech discussion right now? Who's your favorite non-mod here? Ugh, that's tough. That's actually really tough. I'm gonna exclude my friends because that is kind of unfair, I guess. Maybe Stylo. Stylo seems like a really cool dude. He just seems pretty chill. Yeah. Thank you, Brian K or Brian K 3881. Stylo's a cool dude. Intel stock coolers. You know that, man? I literally told him I have Intel stock coolers on hand, and when I'm finished my fan testing setup, I will literally do FR responses. No, fucking, I can't speak English. I will do FR graphing for you to prove that it's fine, to prove that Intel stock coolers are totally fine, and you're delusional. And he's like, okay, but I'm not believing you until then. Like, this man legit, he got one Intel stock cooler one time, and it was whiny and it annoyed him. So he assumes now that all the Intel stock coolers are bad because of his one anecdote. And it's like, bruh moment. Where can I buy white power supply cables? You can get them from Cable Mod, or you can get extensions from like Asia Horse or Fantex or whatever. You can also make your own. A lot of people don't know that you can make your own power supply cables, but that is very time consuming. It's kind of like knitting. It takes a long time, even if you're good at it. So, yeah, there's that. Or you can also get a power supply that comes with white cables, like a CXF or an RMX white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Aegis.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying hi.
Hi. How long does it usually take to build a PC? If you're experienced, it can be as low as like 15 minutes. If you're new and it's like your first time, I would say at least a couple hours. Yeah, I would say at least a couple hours. Yeah,
Hey,
15
Ryu.
minutes. Yeah. That's best case scenario though. That's like assuming you already have all the parts. Like if you work
All
for
the
like
parts,
if you work for like a system integrator, then you have all the parts on hand, you have a process ready, then yeah, 15 minutes is like very doable. Like, doesn't Gamers Nexus have a video where he like speedruns building a PC to prove like some, like the editor of like Motherboard wrong or something, where he like finishes it in
Yeah.
like 20 minutes? Like he did it off the dome. Like if he can do that in
Yeah,
20
that's-
minutes, believe me, if he tried, he could get it down to 15.
I think if you started with everything gutted from all the boxes it came in, you could do it in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yep.
But it's the time consuming bullshit of unwrapping everything
Yeah,
that adds
tearing the
hours.
And then all the
plastic and getting all
messiness.
that shit out. It's, yeah.
Yeah, all the messiness.
At some point in the stream, will you rate build on PC Part Picker? I've been doing that the entire stream. So if you want me to look at a list, then post the list and I'll look
1
at
out
it.
of 7.
1 out of 7.
1
Okay,
out
so
of
the biggest
7.
questions I had regarding building was, what should I be looking for in a motherboard and case for gaming? There's so many choices and confused on what to pick. That's a good question, and I think eventually I'll make like a video or something on that, because motherboards are probably one of the most like misleading parts out there when it comes to part choice. Just know that most people overspend on motherboards. I find it very rare that people underspend on motherboards. Most people overspend. Here's how you look for a motherboard in a very simplified explanation. Okay, you take all the motherboards in the world that are currently available, like in your head, not literally, but just like take all the motherboards, consider all of them, remove all the ones that are not compatible with your build. So let's say you have a 3600, you would need a B450, X470, B550, or X570 board, or A520, I suppose. Any of those 5 chipsets. So that's how you narrow it down first. Second is you get rid of all the boards that are non-starters. So they're such low quality, or they have deal breakers, they have like deal breaking issues that they're not applicable for whatever build that you're doing. So let's say you have a 3600. 3600 doesn't pull that much current, so you can get away with like a pretty shitty VRM. But let's say you have a really, really terrible VRM, has no heatsink either, then that would be a non-starter. Maybe you're looking for debug features if you care about something like that. So then a board that doesn't have debug features would be a non-starter. Boards that are not ITX and have 2 DIMMs only, typically non-starters for me. Boards without VRM heatsinks in general, typically non-starters as well. Yeah, boards that have software or firmware issues that cause like crashing or system freezing or memory issues, those are also non-starters. That's usually the most difficult step. Most people who are trying to pick, what motherboard they should get, that's typically the step that they have the most trouble with, getting rid of the crap. And so because people don't know what's crap and what's not crap, they spend a lot of money hoping that they can avoid the crap, which I understand, but if you're talking to me, if you're talking to this server, we can help you do better. Once you've gotten rid of all the crap, you sort from cheapest to most expensive, and you take the cheapest board that has the features you need. So let's say you need Thunderbolt 3, you take the cheapest Thunderbolt 3 board. Let's say you need Wi-Fi on board for whatever reason. You take the cheapest board that has Wi-Fi. It's that simple. Yeah, the hardest part is getting rid of the crap for most people. That's by far the hardest part. Oh man, I got so much fucking hiccups in my chest. Shiz, I'm new lol. TXM isn't bad. It's just that it costs as much as a decent fully modular unit, and it's kind of loud. Yeah, I wish they'd set the fan curve less aggressively because it doesn't even get that hot.
Rifle bear and go burr.
Keep in mind, I'm very new to PC building and I'm wanting to learn. That's okay. Not a big deal. Yeah. Okay. Well, this list has a lot of issues, but what I will tell you, Mr. Jordan is big mean. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, I feel bad for you because... Oh, you can see chat, actually. You can see chat on YouTube now because I added the thing.
Wait, you're YouTube streaming?
I'm streaming on both at the same time. Poggers.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay, so Jordan is big mean. Please read what I'm about to send to you. It's a long message, but please read over it. Yeah, it's a big, big, long message, but please read over it. Why did Silicon say the S12-3 was group regulated? The same reason why a lot of people say the S12-3 is group regulated, because the S12-2 was, and they assume the S12-3 is the same power supply. What's the quickest way to know if a B450 board supports 3rd gen out of the box? All of them should at this point, because it's been over a year since Zen 2 launched. So if they don't, support
buy a lottery
Ryzen
ticket.
3000, then you're really fucking unlucky. Yeah.
Someone said, Ryu, send the FAQ. I'm not at the computer right now.
You may not care about Cinebench, but Cinebench cares about you. What?
What?
I don't think a benchmark cares about me. I don't think a benchmark gives a shit
Or
about me.
B450M, which one?
Is that also why people think CXM equals CX? Different reasons. Different reasons. People assume CX equals CXM but not modular because they're literally named CX and CXM. I guess similar reasons. It's just confusing naming. That's just the blanket
I asked
reason.
for 50.
Motherboard?
Is it okay to put your PC on the floor if you don't have enough room on your desk? Sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe
It'll
put
get more dust, but it's fine.
Yeah, maybe put like a board or
What's your
something.
YouTube channel? If you go to my Discord profile, I think I've connected YouTube. Should I ask for a 5600 build tonight or tomorrow? Ideally, you should ask for it in 2 weeks from now. Motherboard, Frozen Pop-Tart. Again, I don't know what parts to recommend to you right now because now is not a good time to buy parts. I would say come back in 2 weeks or so, and then I will give you a list then that I think is good. But right now we don't have enough information about the new parts to make recommendations, and even if we did, they're coming out tomorrow. So yeah.
2 weeks, huh? Is that so you can like
Aegis.
do your tests and whatnot?
That, and also there's better Black Friday sales coming up in the next few weeks. Will you be alive in 2 weeks? I hope so. What lube did you use on your box browns? I didn't lube my box browns. These are stock. What is the best price range for a motherboard? Typically $80 to $100 for most people. If you're on Intel Z490, $150. But for everyone else, $80 to $100. If you're on Intel B460, if you're on AMD B550 or B450, $80 to $100. Now this is poggers. So you said my build should be knocking everything out of the park at 1080p. Why is it that Warframe I struggle to maintain 110? I don't know. I don't have your system in front of me, so I have literally no idea. If you want help, go to the troubleshooting channel and ask them for help.
Troubleshooting.
Give them your PC part picker list, tell them everything that you told me, and they'll help you. They'll say, like, you know, try to update your drivers, try and roll back drivers, etc., etc. I don't know why I did that. It's okay. I say poggers very loudly very often, so you're not alone. Poggers. What motherboard brands to avoid? I would never avoid a brand or like recommend a brand in particular for like a reason or another, because brands are inconsistent. There's no obligation for them to be consistent. So there's no obligation for you to consistently recommend a brand or discourage people from getting a branded product.
You said BioStar.
If you want a basic like guideline for motherboards on Intel, I mean, I can tell you what boards are relevant, I guess. So on AMD right now, ASRock B450M Pro 4. In the future for Zen 3, probably B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi. Pro VDH Max as well on B450. On B460, B460M Pro 4, B460M Pro, B460M Pro VDH Wi-Fi. On Z490, MSI Z490A Pro, Asus Z490P, Gigabyte Z490 Vision G, Vision D, Aorus Elite, Gaming Edge Wi-Fi. There, bunch of boards. The only brand that I really didn't touch on there would be none of them. Yeah, I've mentioned boards from all 4 brands there. So there's none of the big 4 I would avoid. But you said you'd avoid BioStar because BioStar shit. Have I said that before? The BioStar boards are legitimate sometimes. BioStar isn't worth buying crossed out because it's BioStar. Okay. I mean, I was probably half memeing. Sorry if you answered already because I didn't hear. It's on my Discord profile. If you go to my Discord profile, I think I've linked my YouTube there. So, yeah. Hard to imagine how software is MATLAB has entered the chat.
Should I check back with you around the 25th or on the 27th?
Starting from the 20th, I think that will be a good time to ask me for help. Yeah.
All right. For the 5600X?
That and new AMD GPUs, because they'll be out on the 18th.
All right. Thank you. I'll see you then.
All right, dude.
Is the 115 US dollar?
You too. If you have any questions about, you know, just general PC building, meta, how to pick stuff like that, feel free to ask me in the meantime. But yeah, I'm not going to recommend any specific parts just for now.
Well,
Pearson
no,
is
yeah,
coming for you. Pearson
I'm somewhat
himself.
familiar with the building stuff, and you helped me build my first PC a couple of years ago as I designer.
Oh, nice.
Whenever you've got
Pog.
your opinion on the new stuff, that's when I'll be back. So I'll
Cool.
see you guys on the 20th.
Sounds good. No one uses AMD GPUs really? Whoa. Okay. All right. We got to relax here, okay? You're going to hurt the fanboys. You're going to hurt the fanboys, okay? Never mind a soul for a soul. Anyways, yeah, bye BioStar. Boom, got him.
Nvidia good, AMD bad.
Dude, this was literally 2018. I was dumb as fuck in 2018, okay? Don't send me screenshots of me from 2018. I'm actually stupid. I said some dumb shit in 2018. I literally recommended the A400 in 2018. Is a $115 US motherboard worth it? Depends on the motherboard, but typically no. Pearson is coming for you. Yes, Lester B. Pearson himself is literally chasing me across the globe right now. 2018 doesn't matter. You said it, so you said it. Fuck, I'm getting canceled. Bro, D'Angelo Wallace out here bringing up the scans from 2018. He's making an hour-long video about how Aegis is a fucking nerd. He's a fraud. Damn, Aegis recommended the A400 in 2018. He's a fraud. We gotta cancel him. What a life. What a life. Okay, I'm gonna try and grab some more people. I was referring to the company behind MATLAB, but yeah, I know. Pearson Education, Pearson Science, whatever. Both are coming from. Isn't Pearson named after that Pearson though? I don't know. Maybe not. That's why I said that though. Bro, why you Rassit against Boystar? Boystar. That's the new name. Boystar. Me and the Boystar kicking it back, cracking open a cold one.
What's up? So I have like a friend he doesn't know too much about PCs, and he wants to build like a $700 budget PC kind of. So, yeah, I'm gonna build it for him.
Okay. Well, first of all, there are a lot of Black Friday sales and new parts coming out over the next couple weeks. So now is not a really great time to be planning or picking parts for a PC. So I'd probably suggest coming back in like 2 weeks, if that's cool with you.
All right, cool.
All right, sounds good. If you have any just other questions just generally about PC, not related to specific parts, feel free to ask. Oh my god, are they canceling me? Are they exposing me from the past? I gotta look at these. I gotta look at the scans, bro. Hold on, let's look.
Oh, and what is it called?
Air is in your butt right now. True.
Sorry. What are some good like budget SSDs?
Good budget SSDs right now. If you have an M.2 slot free, Crucial P2 is pretty well priced right now. It's like 45 for 500 gigs and 95 for 1 terabyte. That's pretty good. Second uncorrected span. Oh my god. I recommended the A400 and the 860 EVO at the same time. Dude, I deserve to be canceled. I got fucking chokes. I'm gonna get choke slammed for that, dude. I'm gonna get choke slammed. Also, if I've invited you into this channel recently and you need help with a build, please post your question or repost your question in voice chat text and ping me. $47. Thank you, It's Plucky, for the follow. Actually, canceled. Oh my god. I got the number wrong. It's $2 off. You know how much you can buy with $2? You can buy 2 whole Big Macs with that. Oh my god. I just made 2 people go hungry.
Wait, they're making a B450 Tomahawk Max too. Wait,
I just bought the 860 EVO 500 gigs for $55. Yeah, I heard about that sale. That's pretty decent price, but I'd still rather take the P2 over that. The P2 will outperform the 860 EVO in basically every regard. What storage should I swap with the WD Blue? Cool beans, again, dude. You are not buying for several weeks, so I will help you pick parts then. Okay, then. $1 per gigabyte? You mean 10 cents per gigabyte? Not $1 per. Because $1 per gigabyte would mean $480 for 480 gigabytes. Man said 2 Big Macs for $2, bro. Where? I don't know. I'm just joking. We call them burger tokens for a reason. A PC for flight sim. Thinking 3070, 5600X, 16 gigs, 3600 megahertz. I think you mean, and B550. I mean, no doubt that will be a very good PC. 5600X 3070 will be a very good performer. But first of all, the 5600X isn't out yet, so I don't know whether I can recommend it or not, given it's $300. So just wait for reviews. Wait for reviews. That's all I will say. You in 2018 is exactly like me in 2017, an 11-year-old. That's right, guys. 2 years ago, I was 7 years younger than I am now. Thank you, Inaz123, for the follow. I've stricken again. Samsung Destroyer of Wallets. Okay then. I still can't hear. What the hell? I'm sorry. I got scans of you linking user benchmark. No! No! Can you look at my messages? What messages? Oh, did you DM me? Oh, Zane. I got you. Okay. Yo, can I get your opinion on my PC build? Yeah, post it in Twitch chat. Or post it in voice chat text. I don't like you anymore. Oh my god. No. No. The feds are after me. You were recommending the B450 MDS3H. Look, that board is acceptable for certain times. It's like A320. A320 is acceptable for certain times, okay? Don't hate. Don't hate. Mango? Okay, I'm gonna send you something, Mango. Just read over it. All right. Also, if you're new to this voice channel, I am streaming this voice call on Twitch. So if you say something, just be aware of being streamed as usual, etc., etc. Okay. Jordan, you DM'd me something and you deleted it. Unbelievable. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry.
Aegis being mini-mod, I'm gonna kick.
I'm getting ghost pinged left and right. So do we type only or can we talk? You can talk, but I'd prefer if you typed your question because then people don't interrupt other people who have been muted. Basically, it's nicer if it's like in order. Another scan of hating on brand. Fucksy. I like how you scribbled that out. You scribbled that out. What did it even say? Does the rest absolve me?
A second ago.
Okay, literally March 2018. That was before I was even into this. That was way before. Alright, which one of you nerds is typing right now? I don't plan on buying newer items since it's not something I need. Well, even if you don't want to buy newer items, older items will go down in price. So if you want to save money, then yeah, I would probably wait. Regardless of price, how is the B450 Aorus Pro Wi-Fi as a motherboard for the 3600? I mean, price is kind of important, but if you're buying it for aesthetic reasons, there's nothing wrong with it. Doesn't the Zen 3 embargo lift tomorrow? Well, yeah, I hope so. I hope reviews come out the day that the product actually comes out and not after.
Oh yeah, Aegis, my friend is like camping outside Canada Computers to
You've
get
been
it.
shitting
and
on
I'm just
Silicon
like,
since
why?
2018? VGC, oh my god. VGC is video game competition. It's a format for Pokemon. It's not... Silicon wasn't even in the server until a few months ago.
Silicon is bad though.
Uncensored version, what did I say? A sensing... Oh my god, a second ago you were like, I see, okay.
Out of context.
Mr. Zane123. Yeah, this list is not very good. No, it's not very good. Yeah, it's not a very good list. I don't know what country you're in. Oh, you're in Australia? Yeah, still 1500 Australian, you can do a lot better than that. And again, I would suggest coming back in a couple weeks, like maybe 2 weeks from now, for Black Friday sales, etc. What would be a tier list of the 3070 models? I want to choose the best one that can fit my case. None of them are really awful, honestly. So pick what you think looks nice. If I remember correctly, it's tough over... Hold on. Let's go look at the reviews together, shall we? Let's go to reviews. Let's go to the most recent 3070. I believe Tech Power Up has 4 different models. So that should give you at least some coverage. So let's go temperatures and fan noise here. So I believe it was... Tough is better than Gaming X Trio, which is better than FTW3 Ultra, which is better than Gaming OC, which is better than Twin Edge OC, which is better than Founders. But they're all pretty good. Like the differences between all of those are quite small. So Tough is still preferred for 3070, 3080, and 3090, but they're not, none of them are like bad. They're all okay. Like I would just get what you can get your hands on, honestly. Aegis's old list. Oh god. Oh yeah. Okay, to be fair, back then, this was actually a meta list. Like, remembering how things were back then, this was actually an extremely poggers list back then. Yeah. I mean, I don't have any really complaints about this. Besides the H100 IV2. Everything else about this list, this is like what a high-end gaming list looked like back then. I guess I could have chosen a different case. This is obviously not what I ended up getting, but similar to what I ended up getting. Like, I got that monitor. I got the XP271HU. I didn't get the power supply. I got an RMX instead. I didn't get a 1080 Ti because they like went up in price before I started buying. Have that SSD already. Didn't get that board. Got that CPU. Yeah, you know, not too different from what I ended up getting. How much USD do the parts usually drop? No idea. They're gonna drop enough to be worth it, in my opinion, but I have no idea how much they're actually gonna drop. 1060 or 970? 1060. Hi, not sure where to message my question, so let me know if I should message you here. Found the voice chat, sorry, OMFG. No problem, dude. Moose, please post your stuff in voice chat text. Like, I don't mind being DM'd, it's just easier if everything's in one channel for me.
My bad, my bad.
So what does a better motherboard do? Almost nothing. For regular people who are just using their PC for gaming or whatever, like literally nothing. More expensive motherboards are probably one of the easiest ways to waste money and dump money into a build and see literally nothing useful come out of it. Remember that time LTT recommended a 970 and not a 1066 gig for an Optiflex list? I mean, you get what's available. You know, 1066 gigs are not as high supply as you think they are. Me love MATLAB. Alrighty, rate from 1 to 10. Okay, I usually rate from 0 to 7, so I'll do that instead. Let's take a look at this list.
Maybe no. Where's the SSD?
I'm gonna say
S12 free for 2080 Ti and 9900K, please no.
I'm gonna say 2 out of 7. Yeah. Solid 2 out of 7. Okay, anyways, let's go back to Discord. One of the first lists I could find you recommending. Yeah. Times were different back then, although that is not a very good list, obviously. Why does no one recommend Intel CPUs anymore? You're in the wrong communities. We definitely recommend Intel CPUs all the time here. In fact, for budget CPUs right now, Intel CPUs, well, actually, until a few days ago, Intel CPUs were like the meta. 10100 and 10400 were objectively better choices than the 3100 and 3600 at their respective price points. Now, the B450M Pro 4 went down in price a lot, so now we recommend that. But before that, we recommended Intel. Are they dropping new gen tech soon? Yeah, in like a couple months. Are they not as good right now? I mean, compared to like 3 years ago, sure, Intel is nowhere near as dominant as they used to be. Thank you, Evil Set for the follow. But yeah, the PC building community as a whole obviously just doesn't like Intel that much. So yeah, favor is shifted towards AMD, and so people are, I guess, looked down upon for recommending Intel CPUs for a build. But here in Build a PC, where we use facts and objective evidence to recommend parts, Intel CPUs are legitimately worth buying sometimes, but it depends on price. I don't think AMD or Intel is dominating right now in the consumer CPU space. It depends on what you're doing. Aegis, why did you rate it 2? Sure, I will talk about your list and why it's a 2 out of 7. So just ahead of time, let me go over what I do when I rate lists. 0 means something is incompatible or legitimately dangerous for a build. So if you have a power supply that I think is going to actually endanger your parts, or if you have a build that straight up won't boot out of the box, that's a 0. Also, if you use like really old parts or something like that, that's also a 0. So for some reason, for that reason, a lot of lists get lumped into like the 1 out of 7 category, because you can have a really awful list but have it be compatible and not blow up, and that would be a 1 out of 7. Or you could have like a pretty good list, but every part in the list has at least something wrong with it, so that would be a 1 out of 7 too. 1 out of 7 is like the biggest category. 4 out of 7 for me, that's when I say there aren't any major problems with the list. If you have a 4 out of 7, I'm okay with you buying the list, but there are still some small tweaks you can, do to the list to like fix it. So a 2 out of 7 isn't like that bad, I guess. It could be worse. But anyways, X53 not worth buying, and potentially might have issues cooling the 9900K. Also, honestly, I would probably consider a 10600K on a sale over a 9900K. Z390A Pro is definitely going to struggle with a 9900K. Although you did get it for $100, so I would be iffy about this combination. RAM is overpriced for its spec, should be $50 for that spec, or you could get like Revi or like the Silicon Power Kit that's like still cheaper than this. Hard drive is fine. Where's your SSD? 2080 Ti for $600 is not worth buying. MB511, they're just better cases like airflow wise that are cheaper than this. And S12 III, again, like somebody said, for a 2080 Ti is not acceptable. And a 9900K, no doubt. Is there a stream link?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you click on me, you can see that I'm streaming on Twitch, or if you prefer YouTube, I'm also doing YouTube, but like I'm pretty sure my YouTube is dead. So yeah. Good night,
Wait,
you
you're
two.
streaming?
I am. Oh yeah, fuck. If you're new to this channel, I am streaming this voice channel on Twitch. So if you say something, just be aware of being streamed. I forgot to say that. My bad. There you go. Is the optical drive optional?
Where can I find your stream?
If you click on my Discord profile, it should say that I'm streaming. Is this optical drive optional?
Okay.
Typically, people don't need optical drives. So in 2020, so yes. Even if you're using CDs, most people use USB optical drives these days.
Yeah.
What's up with that? Guy on a budget racist. Oh shit. You have a YouTube clip of me being racist? I gotta see this shit. Oh my god, this man fucking Rick rolled me. He fucking Rick rolled me on stream. Oh my god. Unlucky.
Delete the VOD, delete the VOD, delete the VOD.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Good, that was good, that was good. I appreciate that. Do I DM you because you seem like the person helping everyone? If so, then here is it. If you have a question, please type your question in voice chat text. That makes it easier for me. Not that I can't do DMs, it's just I'm lazy and I don't want to click the DM. That's the reason. Yeah.
I was gonna ask for help, but you're streaming and now I feel pressured to ask questions.
That's okay. I mean, I got questions coming in, and if I need more questions, I can kidnap more people from the text channel, so it's not a big deal. Zane, can you tell me what I can improve in my build? Zane, I can do that, but I don't think it's going to be very useful to you because I'm going to suggest that you come back in 2 weeks and all the parts that I recommend are going to change by then anyways. So my feedback is going to be outdated in like 2 weeks. So if you want, I can still go over your list and talk about why it's not good and we can pretend you're buying now, but that's not particularly useful outside of like educational reasons. Are Seagate Barracuda good? Yeah, they're fine for like 2 terabyte drives. Some people will be like, no, but they're SMR. Shut up. They're consumers. They don't care. Aegis, you gotta delete the VOD now. Monka DMCA. Holy shit, wait. If you get Rick, oh my god. Wait. It was like a half-second clip. Like, am I gonna get DMCA'd for that? Oh shit.
Yeah. Or just mute, or just or it gets muted.
That's fine. I don't care. Like, I kind of want to play music on stream because I don't do VODs anyways.
Like copyright-free music, you have to.
No. Can you play like whatever you want? Wait, hold on. Can you play like whatever you want as long as you don't have VODs? Like, how does that work? Because I would love to play music in the background, just like chill music in the background, like really quietly.
Yeah, copyright hasn't extended to live video, so.
Oh. Augers.
Yeah. I'm not saying that it won't be in the future.
Is it good to stream with one monitor? Depends on the type of stream you're doing. If you're streaming like I am, it's almost essential that I can see chat. So no. But having a secondary monitor for streaming is definitely helpful, as I can personally attest to that. Okay, let me read through Twitch chat 1 second. They say 5600X is outperforming i9 something. What if it's bad? What's the alternative? The 10600K. Although at $1,200, if you're playing 1440p, I would go for a cheaper CPU and beef up the GPU instead, like do 3600 plus 3080 or something like that. Can you look at my PC build? Oh no, I already read that. My bad. Epic style. An army of lawyers are now converging on your house. Yes. Or is. Pronoun antecedent. I'm stupid. Hold on, let me read some of the questions over here. Do you think the 3700X will go even cheaper tomorrow? Maybe not. Oh, I'm supposed to do it here. Yes, you are. Can you go over my list, please? Okay, I can still go over your list. I just want you to know that it might not be helpful to you. If you still want me to go over it, I can do that for you. That's what we're here for, so I will do that.
Wait, that's why you're here?
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like your list is 3600 plus 1660 super. Generally 3600 plus generally 3600 plus 1660 super is not great. You want to aim for like 10100 or 3300X or 3100 with a beefier GPU like a 2060 or 5600 XT to achieve maximum gaming performance in most cases. Because the CPUs are not that different. And
you have a 3060 super?
No, they don't. Cloud Stinger is not great. Although if you need it to be a headset and you can't do headphones plus mic, it's kind of your only option, or not your only option, but it's gonna be one of your only options. Light Power is a shitty power supply. You can afford Master Watts for relatively cheap in Australia, as well as Neo Eco Gold Zens. So that's it for this page. Let's look at the first page. B450 Steel Legend. There are appropriate B450 motherboards that are like 120 Australian dollars, so I'd probably save on that. 512 gigs of SSD for 125 is ass cheeks. The Cylon for 80 is pretty bad too. There are definitely cheaper cases, or similar price cases, I'm sorry, in Australia that are better options. Cooler Master has decent keyboards. I don't know about the mouse that would be in this bundle because it's probably not an MM710, but I'm sure it's at least okay, so I don't have that many problems with that. And then finally, this is extremely overpriced for 3600 C18. If you're just going to use XMP, like I'm telling many people, just do 3200 C16. Just join the 3200 C16 gang. That is if you're just using XMP, like I've said before. Okay, let me read over the other questions here. Fairy Nya, let me look at your list here. I'll put it up on the stream. And Evil Set X, I'll talk about you as well. Aegis, could you go over my question in text voice chat so I know when to come back for help? If you want to know when to come back, like around the 20th. The 20th would be a good time. Okay, so this list here. Fairy Nya. Well, first of all, come back in like 2 weeks, okay? Because with this budget, oh, you fit? You have like a 2K budget, looks like, right? You have like a 2K budget. With this budget, you can do a lot better than this. You can fit a 3080 in this list pretty easily. Okay, I'll just do a very quick summary. Pretending you're buying now, this should be a 10400, and if it's not a 10400, it should be a 3600 with a B450 M Pro 4. Motherboard is like 3 times as expensive as it should be. 32 gigs of RAM. I'm assuming you're just gaming. Scale down to 16 and get better RAM instead if you're interested in getting more performance. 880 256 gig. 256 gig SSDs are not worth buying anymore. You can get like a 512 gig SSD for like $5 more. And 256 plus 2 is a completely outdated configuration at this point. If you're going to get a 3070, Founders is less than ideal. There are other cards that are also 500 that are better. P360A is fine. I mean, there's the Neo Air, which is slightly cheaper, but whatever. RM750 for 125, I don't have that many problems with. There are, you know, power supplies around the same price that are basically just as good, but whatever. That's overpriced for a VG27AQ. I'd rather you just get 2 of these, honestly. And yeah, Black Friday sales are going to change what this list looks like dramatically. So yeah, this list is not very good, but it's not awful. Okay, so that's Fairy Nya. Evian, is this a good PC that will work with VR gaming smoothly? Yeah, it'll do well in VR gaming, sure, because it's all like relatively new parts, but it's not a very good list. No, it's a pretty bad list. How did they solve the ultraviolet catastrophe again? The fuck? Does it mean EUV? I don't know what dark means actually. 3700X or 3800X, $20 difference. 3700X. Although I don't know why you'd be getting that for gaming. 3700X is not an appropriate gaming CPU for pure gaming. Tracer. This is my current build, and I'd like your opinion on what to improve. Currently playing BDO. Okay, I see you in Twitch. So you are in Sweden. Okay. Which scales directly with core clock for FPS and cache speed for game stability and FPS. Therefore, I was thinking upgrading. Wait for BDO benchmarks. That's my answer. Honestly, in my opinion, given the information that you've given to me, I don't think there's anything out there on DDR4 that's a significant improvement over what you have now. You have a 7700K and 1080 Ti. We were kind of criticizing that tech deals video earlier, the bite-sized tech video earlier that was saying don't get a 6-core CPU in 2020, and then they gave a 7700K as an example. Yeah, you are the example. You have a 7700K and 1080 Ti, still extremely good for gaming. Like, I would wait for DDR5 probably. I don't think that Zen 3, which is like the 5600X and CPUs like that, is going to significantly outperform what you already have. Like, I would wait for DDR5 platforms for like a significant uplift. This is regarding the build around the 3070. I'm building it by this week because I can't do it later on. Well, at least wait for tomorrow. At least wait for the new CPUs. Okay. All right. Cloud Stinger is dog shit. Nice. What is the best way to hide wires when you connect the wires to the monitor or something? Because I don't know where you plug the wires in. I don't know. Run them in parallel and make cable channels. Yeah. What the fuck? This is insane. What's insane? What's insane? Huh? Wait. What's insane? Left. Oh, 20? Yeah, Poggers. Yeah. Shout out to you guys. Thanks for watching, guys. This is a nice symbiotic relationship we have here. $20 viewers, yeah. Freaking big Poggers. Ultraviolet catastrophe was the prediction that an ideal black body at the I remember this shit from when I was okay. When I was reading about quantum mechanics. No. Okay. That an ideal black body at thermal equilibrium will emit radiation in all frequency ranges. Oh, this was the black body radiation thing. Emitting more energy as the frequency increases. An arbitrarily high amount of energy. Okay. Problem. Oh, right. Energy quanta. Right. Okay, cool. All right. I'm not reading on that anymore. Why is my list bad? I think we talked about it, no? Did we not talk about your list? Oh no, we didn't talk about your list. I can't remember how they solved it. Bro, just look at the Wikipedia article. There's literally a Wikipedia article for ultraviolet catastrophe. It was like, yo, energy can only be in like these packets. It can't be like all across the frequency emitting huge amounts of energy. That's not actually possible. It needs to be quantized. Okay. I'll briefly go over your list here. Also, you've got a new system for chat setup. Yeah, I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube now because somebody told me that's a better idea. So like, yeah, I have an exam tomorrow. Well, go study instead of watching my Twitch stream. Okay. Anyways, 3600 over 3600X, and at that point 10400 over 3600 potentially. Overpriced motherboard, get B550 and Pro VDH Wi-Fi if you need Wi-Fi. Also, I saw your YouTube, it's dead. Yeah, it's very dead. Somebody told me YouTube is better. Is it really though? I don't think so. Which exam? Physics? Duh. Okay. GX2 is ass for a primary SSD. RAM is $10 overpriced. 4000D is just okay. There are better cases with more fans that are cheaper. NEG Zen, if you're going to pay this much for a power supply, I would straight up upgrade to like a higher end platform. And then all of this for 1080p 144 is just kind of stupid. Also, that's not IPS. Yeah, I would not get a 3070 for 1080p. Remember, the 3070 is basically a 2080 Ti in gaming performance. And if you told someone you were going to get a 2080 Ti for 1080p, they'd probably laugh at you. So the same applies here. So yeah, there you go. So Tracer, I hope that's pretty clear. Let me know if you have any other questions though. Upload VODs lol. I think YouTube automatically uploads VODs. So I think that might be how I do it going forward. But I'm kind of scared because I might say something that I'm going to regret and then it's going to be on the internet forever in a YouTube video and I'm going to cry about it. So whatever, fuck it. We on the internet, boys. We out here. Okay, let me scroll down. What wires would you need to plug the PC in the monitor? DisplayPort or HDMI typically, and you need a power cable for the monitor, and that's basically it. Energy do be digital instead of analog. Energy do be like that. This is facts. What is a good replacement for an Asus B550F? B550 and Pro VDH Wi-Fi off the top of my head. But if you're gonna wait for Zen 3, I don't know exactly what you should be considering. Thank you, Jordan, for the sub. What makes a good SSD good or bad for primary? Basically, like P2, like either you do HMB NVMe, that's not garbage, which is most of them, or you do DRAM SATA. That's primary. That's basically it. DRAM-less SATA has system stuttering issues that are actually noticeable once you compare the two. Now, if somebody already owns a DRAM-less SSD and it's their primary, then it's whatever. It's fine. Not a big deal. That being said, if somebody doesn't own an SSD and you have a choice between DRAM and DRAM-less, obviously you're going to choose DRAM. But if somebody already owns one, it's like whatever. Yeah, DRAMless. Here's the thing. Hold on. Do I have Photoshop open? I'm gonna open Photoshop, I guess. Oh god, my nose is like stuffed. But I'm surprised that Zen 3 won't help me. Don't know how to improve my FPS. At the moment, I can't play the game when there is 150 to 200 players on the screen. FPS drops below 30. Well, you've told me that it scales with core clock and cache frequency, which the 7700K is plenty of. So unless you haven't overclocked your 7700K, which I would suggest, and maybe overclock your RAM as well, assuming it doesn't scale well with core count, the 7700K is, in games that don't scale with core count, is very good still. So yeah. Even more cheese and Charzy, I will get to you in a second. I just have to switch to Photoshop on stream. Ah, there we go. Among the Stars, thank you for the follow. Also, you should be that best $400 gaming PC YouTuber. No, thank you. How much did your PC cost? In terms of actual value, or in terms of like how much I actually paid for it? Because I owned a lot of the parts already. Does the B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi support Zen 3 CPUs? All B550 boards should support Zen 3 CPUs with an update, but I can't guarantee that because some boards, even after launch, have some weird issues with supporting new CPUs. So that's why I'm not recommending any motherboards ahead of time, just to be safe. So Evian, if you can, or Evian, if you can, I would wait about 2 weeks and then come back and I'll make you a list then. So anyways, let me make a new document here. Let's make a nice 4K document here. And I'll just use this for drawing my thoughts, I guess. So it's basically like this. I'll use text here. So it goes DRAM SATA over, let's say like this much, over DRAMless. This is way too big. I gotta like make this smaller. Okay. Let's say, okay, DRAM over DRAMless, which is way over hard drive. Okay? So this is the concept you need to grasp here. Hold on, I need to make this smaller.
And it all depends on what the use is.
Yeah. So if this is a primary SSD, this is kind of the hierarchy. DRAM is way better than DRAMless. Sorry, DRAM is better than DRAMless. But SSDs in general, which is this entire category here, is way better than hard drives. So if you already own a DRAMless SSD for your primary, you don't really need to, do this, right? But if you're going from a hard drive and you have a choice between the two, you may as well get DRAM. Because going from DRAM to DRAMless is noticeable depending on implementation. Like I've seen that. So how much did you pay for it? Okay, let's do some math. Hold on. Let me get my pencil.
Tell me into that word.
Hold on. Okay. So my CPU was a 3400G. Hold on, I'm gonna zoom in. This is kind of bad. Okay. My CPU was a 3400G. And that I did pay for. I had a B550i Aorus, which I also paid for. And then I had 2x8 Rev E, which is RAM, which I also paid for. And I had a cooler, which was an L9A, which I also paid for. And then I had a Chopin, which is my case, which I also paid for. And I think that's basically it. So I paid for these 5 parts. I had the storage already. So 3400G costs like 150 US. And the motherboard cost the equivalent of like 230 US. And the RAM cost like $60. Sorry if my handwriting's really bad. I'm writing with my mouse. That was like $40, I think, and that was like 100. So if we, okay, that's a little too bad. Okay, if we do the math here, let's do some math. 150 plus 230 plus 60 plus 40 plus 100. I spent about $600 on the current PC that I have now, with the storage being moved over. So yeah, how do black bodies work? So okay, Dark, go to the homework help server and ask some of the physics majors there for help, okay? Don't be bringing your quantum physics into my Twitch chat. Some people think DRAMless is not that different from hard drive. What? Yeah, I've seen some mainstream YouTubers actually say that DRAMless SSDs are so bad that they're as bad as hard drives. Like, what the fuck are you fucking talking about?
Use a P1 for 6 months and then tell me different.
Okay, all right. Look. All right. We'll talk about that later. But the P1 has DRAM. You should know that. The P1 has DRAM. That's the thing.
But
Yeah.
use a P1 for 6 months and then tell me it's different from a hard drive.
I've used a 660p before as boot, and as long as you don't keep it
Not a 660p, a P1.
The 660p and P1 are identical hardware-wise, and firmware-wise, they're very similar as well. A lot of people say like P1 is worse because Crucial has worse like bad block management or whatever. Like that, no, they're very very similar. So yeah, 660p P1, they're both fine for primary, provided you don't fill them up too much, which is why you avoid recommending them at like 500 gigs, because those will fill out pretty fast. He's talking about the Gen 1 QLCs when you do direct to QLC, obviously SMFH. Yeah, bro. I mean, the P1 and 660p both have that where you do direct to QLC. No, there's folding on both actually. Yeah, there's folding on both. What do you mean direct to QLC? No, there's folding on both of them, Dark. What are you talking about? Cringe. Okay. All right. People in the voice chat who have been waiting for a long time. My bad. I will look at your shit now. Bruh, if I buy a Ryzen 5 3600, now I get the Far Cry 6 with the Ryzen 5. That's nice. I mean, you typically get games with CPUs and GPUs, so I mean, if you actually want to play FC6, then I guess. I thought it's direct when you run out of cache. No, it's just folding, and it's very slow. So it's actually just real-time folding? Yeah. I was planning on making a NAS build for storing my old video projects. Here's what I've put together. The A80 is meant to be a cache, which will then move data to mechanical storage. I believe that I can take advantage of the speed on the A80, since I will be transferring sequential writes to it. Provided your actual local network connection is fast enough to take advantage of the A80, then yes. And also if the sending end is fast enough to take advantage of the A80, then yes. So if you have an NVMe SSD on the other side, then yes. If you don't, then no. You'll be limited by the read speeds of your sending end, I guess. The reason for the X470 board is for the extra SATA ports, and it was relatively cheap. I have a bunch of loose hard drives which I would like to put in this PC, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Not every day you get to do a NAS build, folks. Not every day. All right, let's take a look. Okay. Interesting choices here. Okay. So if this is a NAS build, I would genuinely consider a 10100 instead of the 3200G here, because it's very close to the same price. It has integrated GPU, less powerful, but it's a NAS build, so it doesn't matter. And it has SMT as well. So it's just a better CPU overall for about the same price.
What are you doing on the NAS?
That's true too. I mean, I'm assuming it's just general NAS usage.
Okay.
My main workstation has 10 gigabit. Well, that doesn't matter if the sending drives, the read speeds on the sending drives are not fast enough. What is a Gen 2 QLC? 665p, technically. 665p. Dark, 665p is 96 layer QLC. If you count that as Gen 2, which I kind of do.
What are you using the NAS for?
A-Tracer, yes, but I'm surprised. I OC my CPU to 4.7. Maybe you can help me out. 4.7, you're not gonna get like anywhere past 4.7 is not gonna be like a significant gain for you anyways. So maybe try overclocking your cache frequency.
You're not gonna be doing any transcoding, any live video streaming off of it.
Yeah. 96L Intel QLC sucks. No, it doesn't. Why are you being mean to the boys?
And it doesn't matter. Buy an old Dell Optiplex and slap a load of drives in it and stick a 10 gig link in it.
Just storing old video projects, it's just archival. Yeah, Ben is completely right. It seriously doesn't. You don't need a new build for this at all. Yeah. Or buy someone's like used gaming PC that's like really cheap, because like
with lots of SATA ports.
Yeah. Really just doesn't matter. QLC sucks, buy SLC. Thank you, Reverie, for this based and red-pilled knowledge.
If you're going new, I'd go for a cheap-ass Intel build with like 8 gig of RAM and as many SATA ports on a motherboard as you can get, and a separate 10 gig card.
Yep. And some other comments on this build. Don't need 16 gigs of RAM, like Ben mentioned. A80 is kind of overpriced for what is going to be a cache for a NAS. And I'm not even sure if you need that.
Not need
honestly.
an X470. I've just found this list.
Yeah. The R5 is also quite overpriced for a tower that I'm assuming you're just going to leave alone. So like build quality is not a huge issue. There are much cheaper cases that come with a lot of hard drive base. You definitely
Also
don't
calculate
need
your wattage carefully.
Yeah, you definitely don't need an Ion Plus 560 watt platinum rated unit for this build that's essentially going to consume like 200 watts at most. So
Okay, he's going to slap 8 NAS drives in it. What's it going to consume now?
okay, 250. Let's say 250. Okay.
The drives alone will consume 200.
These aren't Velociraptors. These are like WD Red NAS
The
drives.
reds that spin up create 25 watt.
That seems really high for inrush current on a red.
Spin up on a red is 25 watt.
Yeah, that does seem really high. All right,
They're NAS
all right.
drives, they're not desktop drives.
No, I mean even NAS drives, they shouldn't have that high of inrush current. Whatever. I don't think you necessarily need a 10 gigabit adapter here again because, you know, it depends on how fast your sending end is here. Again, like you could get away with 1 gigabit on just your motherboard. And P12, I mean, it's a good fan, but not necessary here either. AM650 is cheaper than Ion. AM650 is like 105 after shipping. On a side note, imagine if UBM started doing AVX512 only. I wouldn't be that surprised, because then they could be like, Intel is truly better. 95% AVX512 weighting, 5% single core rating. Intel destroys. Intel destroys. Alright, so even more cheese, that's basically the summary. Why is UBM so biased towards Intel? I don't know. UBM's user base is fighting back, though. I've seen some of the comments on like the CPUs that are like legitimately accurate.
Just give up and die.
Criticisms. Yeah, the thing about UBM is that like they have such good like data
reach.
They have such good data and like such high access to the market, but like
no,
I'm not talking about
because they haven't filtered it.
No. I know what you're thinking. I'm saying the data that they have access to, that they've collected, is so valuable, but what they've done with the data is effectively made it useless. So like it's such a waste of potential. Basically, is Ion Plus good? Ion Plus is very good. It's just completely like not necessary for a build like this. I have a 3070 on hold. Should I get it? You can if you'd like.
Get more SATA PCIe adapters. They
if you got it for like $500 to $600, yeah, keep it.
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up? I didn't hear you good. What should I try to OC? You can you can overclock your cache and your RAM, and that will probably help a little bit. But yeah, I would look up some benchmarks. Because you need to see whether it's a game engine limitation or if it's your hardware. So if somebody else is running like a 10600K or a 10900K and is getting much better frames than you with a 1080 Ti, then there's obviously another problem here. But if what you're saying is right, and then core clock and cache clock is all that matters, then you shouldn't be having a problem with the 7700K, and everybody else should be suffering too. Thank you for the input. I can always get SATA to PCIe adapters for more. Yeah, exactly.
No, you can't.
I mean,
not unless it's a RAID controller.
I mean, can you seriously not address more than one advice per slot? Like if it's not RAID?
You can, but it's shit and it fails a lot.
Oh, unlucky.
Yo, boys.
What's up?
Yo, do you guys know any websites? I don't care if it's legit. Any websites, like, for example, it says a 1080 Ti or like 2080 Ti is like $300.
eBay?
Like a scam website, like basically like a scam website.
eBay?
Goodbye.
I got this.
Yeah, we don't recommend scam websites around here.
Yeah, we don't.
If you want to buy used, get them on eBay.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm not trying to buy it, bro.
Okay. Well,
what are you
eBay.
trying to do then?
I'm just trying to price match it.
You're trying to what?
Price match.
Trying to commit fraud.
Dude, shut the fuck up, bro. You're from England.
Uh-oh.
Excuse me?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So you're now bringing race into it?
Dude, nobody said anything about race. I just said you're from England.
Okay, so country.
You're from England.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Bro, are you Republican?
Bro, what? He's not even American. The Republican Party doesn't exist in his country. Like, what? Who are you? Who are you,
Yeah,
dude?
what's up? Who are you, bro? Are you a Republican?
No.
Be honest, are you a Republican?
Dude, I'm Canadian.
You're a Republican. That's what you are.
What? Who?
Goodbye.
Why are you
Why are you
like
coming
this?
here just to annoy people?
Who is this guy?
I don't know. It's gone now.
That was the weirdest shit. He just pops in here. He's like, all right, guys, I'm gonna commit fraud. Wait, I'm sorry. You got mad that I'm committing fraud in a server you moderate? Are you Republican?
Wow.
That was
Oh,
beautiful.
wait, I'm not online.
Canadian.
I'm appearing offline. You probably didn't see me.
That was beautiful. Yo, the next time you're mad at somebody, just call them Republican. Are you Republican? Zane, again, I'm not gonna look at your list, dude. Again, I'm suggesting coming back in a couple weeks, and your new list is not good either. Okay? Charzy, I will look at your list. Give me a second. I'll look at your list. I changed some stuff. Can you rate my list? Sorry, Left. Yeah, we'll play games in a little bit after this. Are you a Republican? Yeah, that's good. Okay, hold on. I gotta read through chat. I've missed out so much on chat here. Okay, let's see. I didn't change much, but I want to ask if this is better. You probably don't remember the last one. It's better and worse at the same time. So yes, no, maybe it's not better or worse. You made the SSD worse. You made the monitors better, and you made the motherboard slightly better. So it's about the same. It's still not worth it. Still not good. Charzy, let me look at your list. Let's pull it up here. Let's pull up here. Okay. Charzy, your list is Belgian. Okay, interesting. Your list is okay. I would definitely change a lot on your list though. It's not terrible. I'll just breeze through it really quickly. 10400 is likely more worth it than 3600 at 195 euros. Unnecessary cooler, you can use stock cooler and upgrade later. B450 Pro Carbon Max Wi-Fi is not really worth it. It's a good board, but it's not worth 150 euros. You can get a much cheaper board, like an 80 euro board, and still be fine. RAM is 90 euros for 16 gigs. That's pretty overpriced, especially for that spec. MX500 is not really relevant for SSDs anymore. 2080 Ti also not really relevant for GPUs anymore. And TD500 is a good case, but it's 123 euros. So there are cheaper cases that are, you know, just as good in airflow, just as good in build quality. But I probably wouldn't recommend the TD500. It's not really worth that price. So unless you're getting it because you really like how it looks compared to everything else, I probably wouldn't get that. So there you go, Charzy. So that I can put it in my new build that you want to make me? Sure, Evian, I can do that. P1 better than 660p? Jury's out on that one. I'm planning to buy this list. Is it good? Okay, if that's the same list that you talked about earlier, then I did just talk about it. We all struggle with 7700 in this game, not equal to. That's why we all avoid playing in large crowd. Yeah. Or, oh, okay, you're saying like sad face. Yeah. Well, Tracer, please go to YouTube and look at like a BDO benchmark in a similar scenario with a 10900K and a 1080 Ti and see if they suffer too. If they suffer too, then yeah. What's the difference between a SATA controller and a SAS controller in IT mode? Art thou a Republican scoundrel? I clipped that. It was so beautiful. Yeah, that was pretty beautiful. We're really out here. We're really out here, boys. Yeah. Wow. Holy shit. Today is like fucking the best day for stream yet. Holy shit. We got a lot of people today. So thanks guys for watching the stream. This is pretty pog. I'm sorry, I don't know if you answered this, but what does the gigabyte on a motherboard mean? If you mean like 128 or 64 gigabytes, that's just the maximum amount of memory that the motherboard can support. So typically for consumer motherboards, oh no, my internet's taking a shit. Okay, my internet's back. Sorry, I don't know how much of that was glitched out, so I'll just repeat kind of the last sentence I said. That's just maximum memory support. So typically 64 or 128 on some ITX boards, it's 32. it really, yeah, it like typically that doesn't matter. Most people are fine with the amount of, like most people use 16 gigs and every modern motherboard can take 16 gigs. So usually not an issue. Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say outside of that, but that's basically it. Make a build on iCala V2. I have no idea. You mean Akla V2? Akla V2 is bad build quality, so me and Left Skull were kind of avoiding that one. Is the 3070 Gaming X Trio better than the EVGA 3070? Which EVGA 3070? And the Gaming X Trio is really good for the 3070s, so probably not. Because it's the Gaming X Trio 3070 is straight up better than the for the Win 3 Ultra. Are you Republican? Ow. My chair is so, my chair sounds like someone cracking their back. Hey, nice. I hope that the chat display is not too pixelated, by the way. Do a review of the case I rec you to buy. What case? Oh, Dark. So the Superbuy agent sent me a picture and apparently the case has a defect, so we're gonna exchange it and see what happens. SFF case? You mean the case that I bought off of Taobao? Yeah, of course I'll do a review. I'm buying it. You want to review the Chopin I have here? I mean, reviewing the... Oh, fuck. My internet just took another shit. Okay. Reviewing the Chopin is pretty easy. It's like... It's a good case. It's kind of small, so it's tight and hard to build in, but it's a good case build quality-wise. The case has a defect. Yeah, it's kind of scratched up on the bottom and on the sides, so they're going to exchange it. Well, how does BDO's engine work? From my experience, BDO is made for 4 to 6 real core processors, 6 cores being the sweet spot, and 4 cores plus hyper-threading doable. However, as weird as it sounds, we might get more FPS with 5 real cores manually assigned to BDO, blah blah blah. Okay, Tracer, makes sense. But I would still look up a 10900K benchmark, because if people with a 10900K are also suffering, then I wouldn't suggest upgrading to Zen 3. What does DDR4 mean? Double data rate 4. So it means that it's the 4th iteration of DDR SDRAM for desktop processors. Is it weird that half of my logical processors don't show anymore? Yeah, it's probably something has turned off SMT in your system, and you need to go check that out. Isn't a Wi-Fi card better than... That guy's not even in the voice chat. Why is he in voice chat text? Isn't a Wi-Fi card better than getting a Wi-Fi motherboard? But if it is better, how much better, for example? My internet wireless is about 220. So should I use a Wi-Fi card or should I use a Wi-Fi motherboard? Good question. Wi-Fi cards, PCIe Wi-Fi cards, are essentially equivalent to Wi-Fi motherboards or motherboards with Wi-Fi adapters built in. So no, not really different. Wi-Fi in general can have issues with maintaining speeds because of interference, especially if you're on the 5 gig band and you have a lot of walls between you and your, access point, or if you're on the 2.4 gig band and your microwave shield doesn't work properly, that can be a problem as well. So for that reason, Ethernet can be better. But if you're comparing Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi, especially, PCIe Wi-Fi to PCIe Wi-Fi, which is motherboard to card, there's no real difference outside of one PCI Wi-Fi card might be better than another because it's like newer or rated for higher speeds. Is DDR4 3200 good? It's fine. It's typically what we recommend to people who are not interested in manually overclocking their RAM. What's the power supply meta right now? The power supply meta is as diverse as it has ever been, because we know a lot more about power supplies now than we used to as a community, and there's also a lot of clones out there now. VS450 time. Good idea. But Rev, if you seriously need help picking like a UK power supply, let me know. Hit me up, slide into my DMs. Okay. Wow, boys. Aegis is dumb? I'm not dumb. You're dumb. Sai said I was dumb because you misrepresented what I said, Left Skull. I said that LastPass is not as secure as KeePass XC because they changed owners recently, and so some people are having concerns, and I think that Sai will agree with me. And then you went over to Sai and said, Aegis said LastPass sucks, and Sai's like, no, LastPass is good. And I was like, yeah, I didn't say LastPass sucked, Left Skull. You're just being a dum-dum, okay? Okay, Left Skull? I'm gonna bonk you on the head, Left Skull. I said I use LastPass. Why would I use LastPass if I thought it sucked? Okay. The only reason why I use LastPass is because I'm lazy and I don't want to move all my passwords to like KeePass XC or something. What is modular for power supplies? It means that some of the cables can be detached. So like semi-modular means some of the power cables you can take off the power supply, and fully modular means all of them can be taken off. Use TunnelBear. Yeah, TunnelBear for managing your passwords. That's big brain. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Are you a dirty monarchist? Wait, what if when that guy said Republican, he meant like the actual word Republican, not like the party?
By the way, you're reading a chat that's not public.
I'm reading a what? Oh yeah, true. It's okay, it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's mostly memes. It's mostly memes.
It is mostly memes.
What is the best chicken nugget CPU? Honestly, if McDonald's ever made a Chimkin CPU, I'm sure it would be very good. It would be very cheap. It would come with a lot of thermal grease on it pre-applied. It would be a very greasy CPU, but I'm sure it'd be very good. All right, thank you. Before I want to go, what is your opinion on the Aorus Pro B550 motherboard for the 5900X? Many suggest X570 and they don't understand why. People suggest X570 because they are dumb and don't know what they're talking about. The B550 Aorus Pro is fine. It's a fine motherboard. If you just want a motherboard that's sufficient for the 5900X power delivery wise, there are much cheaper boards than the B550 Aorus Pro that will fit that bill. But I'm not going to recommend any specific boards for the 5900X or any Ryzen 5000 CPU for that matter at this time, because those processors are not released, there are no reviews of them, and nobody's actually tested them in motherboards that can talk about that yet. So even if all of the B550 boards are supposed to work with Ryzen 5000, I don't know if they actually work with Ryzen 5000, because especially with AMD launches, some motherboards have specific issues with specific processors. So to play it safe, I'm waiting. I did the dirty. I ordered 5600X for my B450. Banned. I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you from the stream. I'm going to ban you from the server. I'm going to ban you from this planet. We're going to vote you out. Reminder that MadLad got Renoir working on an A320 board. Hey, I have Picasso working on a B550 board. Okay, I did it the other way around. And MadLad's a Gigabyte engineer. Of course, he got it working. He has the power to literally write his own BIOS, I'm sure. Is hyperthreading good off or on for gaming? That guy's not even he's not even in the voice chat. How do we expect? He did write his own BIOS. Yeah, if you can write your own BIOS, then you can theoretically get any board that physically supports a processor to like work with that processor. All good, Tracer. You have a good day too, my guy. Is a 120 mil fan good? I mean, that's the most common fan size. Some 120 mil fans are good, some are not good. Wait, Nate, are you in my stream right now? Like, how are you expecting me to answer your questions? I'm confused. I can learn from YouTube. I'm not sure if learning how to write your own BIOS for modern proprietary motherboards is a thing that's on YouTube. Maybe you can ask MadLad for some lessons. I don't have build questions though. Your question is related to PCs. I can answer it if you join, because I'm too lazy to type the answer. Wow, the queen flipping the bird. A big Sag. What is this YouTube link? If I click on it, am I gonna become DMCA'd? What's the YouTube link? I'm scared, Left Skull. What is it? Oops, wrong link. Oh god. Oh god, left skull. Why? Okay. Alright. We're gonna deal with this last batch of people. We're gonna help the last few people, and then left we can go play Overwatch or Minecraft, depending on how lazy Reverie is and if she's still in bed or not. Deadass though, this is a decent guide. I'm scared. Are you gonna rickroll me? Oh my god, I hate you, Dark World. I hate you. This man sent me a Ronald McDonald Clown Time Insanity video. So half my processors show right now, and that's because I turned hyperthreading off. Should I turn it on? That depends on what architecture you're on, what game you're playing, as well as what CPU you have, how many cores you have in general. Like, if you have 10 cores and 20 threads, turning off hyperthreading is a legitimate reason, or is a legitimate thing to do in certain games if you only play those games. I have 4 cores. No, leave it on. Yeah, leave that shit on. Okay, either I'm actually deaf or you didn't answer this or didn't want to. Should I get a 3080 or 3070 if my monitors can only run 1440p? I didn't see it. So, yeah, I didn't see your question. If you have a 1440p 144 monitor, if you can afford a 3080, that's legitimate, because there are games where a 3080 will, you know, not even be able to push 1440p 144. Whereas a 1080p doesn't make sense to get a 3080 or 3070. So if you're the type to play, you know, AAA games, max settings, 3080 for 1440p 144 is legitimate. And also I want to play Fortnite. Okay, so if you have like a 7700K or a 6700K, leave hyperthreading on. Yeah, leave hyperthreading on. Bruh. Yes, bruh. I have an i7 10th gen. You said you have 4 cores and 8 threads, so you don't have an i7 10th gen. i7 10th gens have 8 cores and 16 threads. Do you see my comment? Yeah, I do see your comment, Frost. Are Kinder Eggs banned in your country? No? Yeah, I do. Look, no you don't. Today we consume. Okay, Boop Snoot says, I want 8 cores for gaming since the consoles will have variants of the 3700X basically. Sort of, but the 5800X is poorly priced and the 5600X doesn't have 8 cores. If you're gaming, 6 cores and 12 threads will be enough for the foreseeable future for any mainstream gaming build, provided you are upgrading within a reasonable amount of time, so let's say 3 to 4 years, or maybe a little bit more than that. Getting 8 cores and 16 threads for gaming is not necessary, and I can guarantee you that despite the consoles having 8 cores and 16 threads, that's not going to be a problem, okay? It's not going to be a problem. Because people who say you should get 8 cores and 16 threads for future proofing are making, and then they justify using the consoles, are making several wrong assumptions. On the hardware side of things, they're assuming that the 8 cores and 16 threads that are Zen 2 cores on the consoles are designed the exact same way that, say, a 3700X is, and are allocated the same way, and they're assuming that console game development is the same as PC game development, which are 2 incorrect assumptions. On the consoles, those Zen 2, I guess, kind of like semi-hybrid APUs that they have going on, 2 of those cores are allocated and reserved for the OS and are hidden to developers, are not accessible to the developers, and console game development is different from PC game development. A lot of PC games are console ports, but the game development hardware utilization is different. Performance targets are different. Demographics are different. So you can't compare them really one-to-one. Now, it's a good thing that we're moving forward and getting more threads in consoles, and it's also a good thing, it's encouraging, that people like Mark Cerny have said that game developers are preferring 8 cores with SMT on and lower clocks rather than SMT off and higher clocks. That's a good thing. That's an indication that game development is moving in a more parallel direction. But it would be foolish to assume that game development is progressing at such a rapid pace that having 8 cores and 16 threads is going to be more beneficial than 6 cores and 12 threads within the next upgrade cycle, which is like 3 to 4 years. You're much better off spending less now, getting a cheaper CPU now, and upgrading faster. That's basically it. I hope I've made that pretty clear. That's basically all the relevant information.
You saved me $200. Thanks, man.
And of course, one more thing. The 5600X is not reviewed right now. If the 5600X was $200, I would have no problem recommending it, but it's $300. So it needs a decent amount of performance to command that price. And if tomorrow morning reviews come out and it's underwhelming, I'm not going to recommend it. So don't be stuck on Ryzen 5000. I'm sure it's going to be good. I'm pretty confident it's going to be worth buying, but just be aware that there is a chance that it may not be worth buying over something like a 3600 or 10600K.
I know it's not like it's not like as in depth as maybe like a Gamer Nexus review, but there was actually a review in
I saw
some
that.
like European country.
Yeah, that was, I believe that was a Brazilian site, and a lot of people that I know believe those benchmarks to be faked or unverified. So just wait it out. I wish AMD had set their NDA earlier, but just wait it out. How are you getting comments from YouTube and Twitch? I'm using Restream, which is a service that allows you to stream to like several services at the same time. Probably bad benches. Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Boob Snoot, for the follow. Yeah, okay. Cool. Is the Oculus Rift S a good VR headset? I've heard good things about it. I'm pretty sure it's a pretty decent value headset, but I don't know too much about VR because I've never pursued it myself, and it's not actually that popular in this community, so I just haven't had the reason or time to research it too much. I'll probably take a look. Like, I know about VR hardware requirements because people do PC builds, but headset-wise, I don't know like too much about that.
Am I allowed to answer that?
Sure, go for it.
Oh, okay. The Rift S is a good headset if your budget is only, I think they moved up the price to 400 now, but before it was 300. But if you can save up for a Valve Index, that's obviously way better. But if your price is only for 400 now, I think, then I would get a Rift S.
Wait, this is actually so cool. I love how Twitch chat can talk to YouTube chat because they can see each other on the stream. That's pretty funny, actually. Dark, someone wants you to go do your homework.
To YouTube too.
Yeah, I started streaming to YouTube because somebody told me like YouTube is much more friendly for like this type of stream in terms of viewership. So I was like, okay, as long as I can reach more people, then it's like whatever. Is A60 better than A80? No, A80 is better, but for standard users, you're not going to notice the difference. I don't vibe with modded. What do you mean you don't vibe with modded? Reverie. What do you mean you don't vibe with modded? I'm going to force you to play modded later, okay? I'm going to force you to play modded. Against your will. I'm going to force you to install a mod pack and play it. What's a good motherboard with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth under $150? Depends on what the rest of your build looks like. Like, are you going for AMD CPUs? Are you going for Intel CPUs? I don't know. Thank you. Open your eyes for the follow. It only shows half though, you see. Oh, you have a laptop CPU. I thought you had a desktop CPU. Okay, because dude, this is the build a PC server. We talk about desktops here, so I thought you were talking about a desktop. Okay, if you have a 1065 G7, yeah, leave hyperthreading on. Leave hyperthreading on. We have like 3 more bosses to kill. What? 1 electron volt is the amount of energy to move an electron against 1 volt of voltage, right? Yes. Why are you... Bruh. Dark, why are you posting about this in my Twitch chat? Go to the homework help server and ask them for help, dude. You gotta not do this. It's about that list that I sent to you. Yeah, and because I'm asking you to come back in a couple weeks, I would not recommend, like... I will help you with picking a motherboard in a couple weeks. We could make Omega farms. What do you mean you're more available? Oh my god. Dark, I'm not helping you with your fucking physics homework, my guy. What SSD do you guys suggest? Depends on the budget and the time. Really depends. Anyways, it's been like 4 hours now, and I think we've helped a decent amount of people at this point. So I'm kind of hungry. I'm gonna have to go eat soon. So let's say I'm gonna end stream in about 5 minutes. Okay. Galaxis, thanks for the follow. Are you taking QM? I think Dark's just doing like general high school physics, and it happens to encompass like discoveries like these. Quantum mechanics. Yeah. Why? Because I want to buy the stuff now. I don't care about the new stuff. There are Black Friday sales though, like I said. So even if you don't care about the new stuff, the old stuff's going to go down in price. So I would suggest waiting for that. By the way, it's Nate in the Discord. If you want a $500 build, again, anybody who is watching and anybody who is in this voice chat, if you are planning on building a PC in the near future, I would strongly suggest waiting like 2-ish weeks and coming back then. Yeah, coming back in 2-ish weeks and asking for help with a list then, and I'll make you a brand new list at that time. Yeah, quantum and nuclear are part of the syllabus, Sag. Okay. As long as thermo isn't part of the syllabus, we're good, boys. Budget is okay. Also, time is in 2 weeks when Black Friday happens. All right, hit us up then. So the thing is, SSDs, power supplies, and monitors are probably the 3 most variable recommended parts, like in all of PC building. Because while GPUs and CPUs will remain relatively consistent and motherboard and RAM kind of follow those, SSDs, power supplies, monitors, those things, there's A, a huge number of options, and B, a huge number of price fluctuations with relatively reduced supply. And because of that, what we recommend changes like every 5 seconds. So if you want help with an SSD or something like that, I will help you later when you come back. Or just anything in general, really. Because there's just so much changing now. It's my BIOS picks. I need to know if that's right. Okay, I'll take a look. That is not a BIOS pick. That is a picture of your task manager. I am
Oh,
confused.
come on, scroll down one picture.
Oh, do I scroll up in chat? Okay, oh my bad, I see it now. No, I was looking at his most recent image. Oh, okay, so you have a Lenovo laptop. Cool, cool.
Yeah, it's fine. You can't do fuck all in it. That's why you're caring.
Yeah, I mean, turn on hyperthreading. But that's basically it. Don't turn that shit off. No need. It's probably making your gaming experience worse, actually. Hold on, let me deal with this. Okay. All right, 2 minutes, 2 minutes until stream is over. Actually, why don't we have a nice little educational experience and look at this together. So there was a guy earlier today who was asking me about Topaz Labs AI software, so video enhanced software, and he wanted to know what kind of hardware he needed for this sort of thing. So I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look it up. We're looking at it right now. So cameras and equipment, it's probably in there. Content and submission, education and training, tutorials, it might be in there as well. Okay, never mind. These don't look like they're tutorials for that. Video enhance AI. Okay, none of these people are actually talking about that. Okay. About the cameras and equipment, help with a new PC build for VEAI. Which video card for Topaz? Okay, I'm going to read some of these and see what the experts in this forum have to say. So, this guy has not had, oh no, that's an about thing. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. SSDs make all the difference. Okay, this guy's basically not even answered his question. Blah, 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 blah. 3090s. Okay, nothing really helpful here. Is up to you whether you choose AMD or NVIDIA. Okay, but the guy told me it literally requires CUDA, so this moderator is, I don't know what he's talking about. More CUDA cores is better, 1080 Ti is good. Okay, so apparently these people don't know what they're talking about either. Unlucky. Alright, let's see VEAI system requirements. OpenGL. In GPU mode. Okay, so it has CPU mode and GPU mode. Interesting. Optimal is 32 gigs of RAM. Okay. This isn't really helpful either. Okay. All right, I'm gonna use Google. Google's usually more effective for stuff like this. Topaz VEAI PC build. Let's take a look. Oh, this is piracy. I can't show that on my stream. I thought that was a review of the software. I'm going to put this PSU in my build. So is it good enough for the 2080 Ti? Hold on. Power supply do you have? You have the Silentium PC Supremo FM2. Oh shit, my bad. My internet's taking a shit right now. The Supremo FM2. Apparently, that's a good power supply. So, first of all, why are you getting a 2080 Ti? If you're building in a couple weeks, the 2080 Ti is already irrelevant. Beta plus decay is neutron to proton plus neutrino plus positron, right? Dude, go look this up on Wikipedia. Okay, look at this. Look, beta plus decay.
You need a science tutor.
Okay, base probably a diagram. Look at that. Look at that.
Do you need a science tutor?
Look at the diagram. Okay, it even shows you everything. Okay, you don't need to be putting this in my Twitch chat. Okay, you silly goose. All right. I'm going to read through a bunch of these. VEAI. Okay. Video enhance AI users guide. Blah 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 blah. 32 hours to encode for a 30-minute clip. This is not very helpful. Oh shit, my internet's taking a fat shit right now.
Anyone building a Zen 3 computer, also what motherboard you going for? Also, Aegis, you sound like you got dial-up right now.
Yeah, my internet's taking a fat shit.
Okay. You don't recommend a motherboard,
Oh, okay,
do you?
we're back. Do you need a science tutor you can message? Dark, go to the Homework Help server. I swear to God, dude. Go to the Homework Help server here. Okay? Go there. Go to the physics channel. Okay? Ask them for help. I swear to God. Bro, I haven't even sent anything. What do you mean? You've been spamming my Twitch chat with quantum mechanics questions for the past 30 minutes. Okay? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Okay? I do homework help, but I'm doing build a PC right now. Okay? You nerd. Okay? Anyways. Where's all the Topaz video enhanced AI discussion?
Okay, but which motherboard to buy for Zen 3?
We don't know yet.
Any
Because
B550 that has the update that you can actually verify works after it comes out.
Yep.
And people have
So
access
we
to it.
can't
Like,
verify that shit until tomorrow. So
I mean, I can always return shit, okay? I'd rather get something ordered and then
then
return
get
it.
a decent B550.
okay, get a
Something that's-
B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi then. Let me know how that goes.
Yeah, that'd be handy.
I thought X570s are probably going to be more compatible.
No,
No,
there's going to be no
has
difference.
nothing to do with compatibility. Yeah.
What's the difference between a B550 and a X570?
General
More
purpose
PCI
Gen 4
4
lanes.
lanes and
Yeah.
SLI.
Okay, one person. What's that?
More PCI 4 lanes and
Uh-huh.
SLI support.
Yeah, I mean some B550 boards have SLI support, but that's
Very, very
yeah,
few.
very few of them.
PCI-4, which I don't really need.
Yeah. I mean, no,
And
don't get me
SLI,
wrong.
which you don't need either.
Don't get me wrong. B550 has PCI Gen 4 too, but it's not on the secondary lanes, only on the primary 16 CPU lanes, which is kind of
Only other
ironic.
lane you use it on?
Would
Shocking.
it be useful for like M2 drives or no?
It's on B550.
I looked
for
at those
M.2 drives.
requirements, my guy. I looked at them. They're not very helpful. Also, that's for the wrong that's for the wrong application.
X570 is if you want to stick like 6 M.2 drives in, they're all using Gen 4 or multiple.
I'm probably going to use 2 or
GPUs.
3, so B550 is fine.
Yep.
2 or 3 Gen 4 SSDs.
Don't get Gen 4 SSDs. So no,
No, you're not.
Why not?
because they suck
it's
right now.
utterly pointless.
And also, you're most likely gaming, so
Outrageous.
they're even more useless.
One Gen 4 SSD for the tasks that require it is reasonable. Multiple has no application.
Yeah, I just feel like I'll probably buy a solid state drive and be like, you know what, it'd be nice, more storage.
Wow,
Later on.
Tom's Hardware
Storage
has an
isn't what
article
you
now.
use
Cool.
Gen 4 SSDs for.
Okay, which
Speed is what you use it
B550?
for.
Which one do you think?
B550 M Pro
VDH
VDH Wi-Fi.
What's that?
Jinx.
M Pro VDH Wi-Fi.
M Pro Wi-Fi.
B550
VD.
M Pro VDH Wi-Fi. It's $110. If you wait,
I
it'll
don't know.
probably drop to
Could-
100.
Can someone drop it in the voice chat?
Okay.
Just search B550 VDH Wi-Fi.
All right, let me take a look at Tom's Hardware. Let's take a look at their most recent SSD review. I actually,
MSI Pro.
yo,
Okay.
Dark, I want to see something. So, theoretically, the benefit of going with a PCI Gen 4 SSD right now, like an E16 drive, is higher sequentials, right? But I want to see if, I haven't actually looked at this before. I want to see if their sustained like integrals actually higher. So let's see here.
Bro, this thing got miserable reviews.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It's the MSI Pro B550M.
B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi. They can't sustain jack shit. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Bleh, bleh.
What CPU are you putting in?
Man, this thing's got 37% 1 eggs.
Dude, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Newegg. What do Newegg reviews ever tell you? What?
Look at that.
What CPU are you putting in it?
I'm gonna be putting a 5900X into.
Yep, that would be
Motherboard.
fine power delivery wise, but we'll have to see. Again, that's just my recommendation because you're really.
Yeah, but do you think they're
angsty and
gonna
want-
like sell out completely?
I don't think so, but if you think so, then feel free to. It's your money.
I don't know so because I don't know what happened with the last
Does
release.
the VDH
Nobody
Wi-Fi have
knows.
flashback?
Literally
What
nobody
happened
knows.
last gen? Did
Literally
motherboards sell
nobody
out or
knows.
just
Aegis,
CPUs?
Aegis, stop arguing.
No, I'm not. I'm
Does
not.
the
I'm
VDH
just
Wi-Fi
telling you.
have flashback?
And
that
you know how
what?
I feel about that? What, Pro VDH Wi-Fi? I don't think so.
Does it have flashback?
Let me check.
If
You
not,
mean like a
it's
BIOS
worthless.
switch?
No.
Flash.
It's
Oh,
a
it does.
way
It
of
does.
updating the
It has a-
BIOS without CPU.
It has a flash BIOS button, which
Awesome.
which I'm not sure if that means flashback because that could be a separate
Yes, it
thing.
does.
No. I've seen boards where it says like it has a flash BIOS button, but that's only for
You
like literally
haven't seen
updating.
MSI ones.
Uh,
Man, this is a micro ATX. This thing's gonna look.
so get a
Gross.
micro ATX case then.
I don't want a micro ATX case, man.
Why?
This thing gonna look gross.
If
It's
you want to
literally
spend
just a
more
shorter
money and get
ATX
something a
case.
bit better, have a look at the B550A Pro
That's fine too.
or the Mag Tomahawk if you want to be very meme and spend more money than you need to. Or if
Hold
you
on.
need Wi-Fi, maybe the Gaming Edge Wi-Fi.
Let me give you the rundown of B550 boards that are not shit from lowest to most expensive. Okay, let's see. If you demand
Can you
a-
put-
if you
can you
demand
put it in
ATX for
text
some
somewhere?
reason. Hold on.
It's like you guys are like throwing so many numbers and letters and shit at me.
Yeah, if you demand ATX for some reason, B550A Pro. Yeah. That's actually basically it. Yep. Yep, B550A Pro. I said 2262EN, bruh. Yeah, I know. I wasn't talking to you, Dark.
Okay.
Look at this though. Well, P5.
Any of the ticked ones are fine. Pick one that's got
Pretty
stock.
stable. Small static,
Yeah,
but
what?
pretty stable.
If you're looking for voice chat text, any of the ticked ones are fine. Pick one that's got stock.
It's got stock. Oh, okay.
SN750
actually
is
get.
really small static. Wow.
Pick one you like the look of. They're all going to perform almost the same. If you need Wi-Fi, pick one of the bottom two.
Interesting. Look at how small that cache is. Absolutely
I don't
tiny.
need Wi-Fi, but sometimes it's. I don't need Wi-Fi.
SN550 super stable. It's also.
thing's,
I mean, look, all of these drives are super stable, right? Like none of them are like have massively fluctuating write cycles, but like
Those things have-
SN550 pretty low. What do you mean
They have
905p
Wi-Fi,
too?
but
No shit,
they don't have
905p is just a
Bluetooth,
straight line.
built in either, do they?
Some of the Wi-Fi ones do. You'd have to actually look at the product page to be sure.
mean,
Is this
if you
useful to have Bluetooth?
If you went for a B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi, it would have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, and it's $110. Oh fuck, it's like 10 minutes over when I said I would stop streaming. Okay, bye-bye, stream. Straighter than me? Oh my god, Dark World. Making some raunchy jokes now. Oh my god. Okay, well, 1 second. If you guys tuned in today and you were here to like ask some questions about PC building and shit, I appreciate it. I'm glad more of you are interested. Yeah, I mean, we had a really nice stream today. Got a lot of questions in, got a lot of explanations in. We talked about some of the future products coming out, and yeah. So I hope you guys enjoy that. I will see you guys tomorrow, same time-ish, maybe 6 to 7 p.m. Pacific time. I try to target my stream starting around then. In the future, I may be able to stream at an earlier time for the East Coast people, so I don't start at like 10 p.m. their time. But we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. But yeah,